Hello, everybody, and welcome to day number 3 of the One Nation of Gamers Hearthstone feature number 4 tournament brought to you by Geico. I am Nathan, that's Admiral Zamora, and joining me today, once again, is Keaton Chalky Gill. Keaton, how are you feeling today after these first 2 days? And I'm gonna throw it to you straight away. Who do you think's taking it down today?
I mean, I already gave it a little bit of thought, kind of in the back of my mind, but I think we've got a lot of top-tier players here today, and what really interests me is that 3 of our 4 players today have the same exact lineup as far as the archetypes they're bringing. They're bringing the same 5 classes. Prophecy really was the only guy that deviated from that, and unfortunately for him, I feel like his deviation probably won't work out. Now, it could, but I think he's going to need to get a little lucky. He's bringing Rogue, whereas the other 3 players have Mage, presumably Freeze Mage for most of them. We didn't see Phone Tap's Mage, but the other 2 players, Rossi and Frozen, we know we're playing Freeze Mage. And if you kind of look at how those decks directly match up, Rogue is getting the worst end of that. So maybe Prophecy can kind of cue his Rogue into Druid like he did on Friday against TJ. But if he can't do that, I really have to, not be too optimistic about his chances with Rogue. I mean, my pick to win this all would be Frozen, just out of looking at prior results. He's been really consistent. He's been finished number 1 on ladder last season, finished number 2 at DreamHack Summer, got top 16 at DreamHack Austin. I mean, he has been hammering out results. He's been putting in a lot of practice since Standard hit, and really I don't think there's gone a tournament where he hasn't had a good result. So Frozen's my pick, but I definitely think Rosti and Phone Tap, since they have those same decks, strategy really isn't on Frozen's side. So I think today is going to come down a lot to just player skill and how, in these elongated best of 7s, how few mistakes you make, how many your opponent makes, and how you're able to capitalize on that.
Yeah, Frozen also would have been my pick to win it, and largely in part what you just touched about here with Rogue being in Prophecy's lineup. I have for a long time now considered that a weak point in a lot of lineups, and I think that Frozen's build can really take advantage of that. And normally, I think in this situation, I would have ended up taking Phone Tap to win this one, simply because he's been playing so well over the course of this event. The reason I'm not taking Phone Tap in this one is simply because he has to face off against Rosti. They have a mirror match where lineups are concerned, and the player skill here is incredibly close. And so for me, the edge goes to Frozen because his opponent has that weak spot in his lineup. And I think that gives him the best chance to not only advance to the finals, but also to take it at that point, because I think he'll just be there more often. Not to say anything negative about Prophecy. I've only seen him play a couple of matches at this point. His playstyle's been very defensive, but I think that Rogue is a weak point in his lineup.
Yeah, I mean, Prophecy is really kind of the dark horse, you could say, of this top 4. He qualified on points from just doing consistently well in the One Nation of Gamers Opens. So maybe this is his time to shine. Maybe this can be a real breakthrough performance for him, but that definitely remains to be seen. I would again touch on what we both said, is that Rogue, even if you want to talk about the merits of it in certain matchups, when you're bringing Rogue and your opponent's bringing Freeze Mage, and that's kind of where your 5th decks sit, you have to give the advantage to the Freeze Mage player, and that's kind of again why I favor Frozen in that matchup. And given that he could make it to the finals to find a mirror match against Rosti or Phone Tap, overall, out of these 4 guys, I have to give a slight edge to Frozen.
Yeah. So I want to take a moment here to talk about feature number 4 here and sort of the bigger picture of what this is actually about. For 2016, Geico has been the title sponsor for the One Nation of Gamers circuit that's taking place, which is consisting of 10 open events that have a $1,000 prize pool in them. If you guys are looking to play in some of these open events and maybe find yourself in one of these features, the next open that's available is on July 29th is the next sign up date for that. And if you want to sign up for it, you can head over to geico.onog.gg. There you can sign up for the tournament. You can get a free Geico quote, which I promise you, if you insure anything, you can have a good chance to save some money by swapping over to Geico or taking a look at what they have to offer. So you can get yourself a quote there and also enter to win a CyberPower Gamer Extreme 1000 PC while you're at the website. I want to give a thanks to Video Game Voters Network as well, who's helped out a lot with this. Just a grassroots network of gamers who are really encouraging other gamers to get out and vote in the 2016 election, to really be a big participator there. They also host contests and giveaways. All sorts of stuff goes on the website. It's videogamevoters.com for you guys if you want to check it out. For CyberPower PC, of course, giving away that CyberPower Gamer Extreme 1000 PC, and to Razer for helping us out as well. So talking about the opens for a second, the opens actually feed into these feature tournaments. You mentioned that Prophecy had qualified simply by doing consistently well in the opens. Winning is a way to get there. Consistently well and accumulating enough points for a feature is another way to do it as well. There's been 5 feature tournaments that are taking place. We're on number 4 right now, which means we have one more left to go, so you can still qualify for that event. These are $6,000 prize pools that happen in these feature events. And if you manage to win a feature event, you can find yourself at the grand final at PAX Prime, which is a $25,000 prize pool. So $60,000 in total prizes being given away over the course of this circuit, which is effectively just an open circuit. Now, you do have to be 18 or older and a U.S. resident in order to participate, but this is, as far as I know, this is the biggest open series that's taking place.
Yeah, and touching on those points for a second, pretty important going into this next match that we recognize Phone Tap, out of all these players, has the most points. He's got 27 right now. Second place in this will give 16. I believe top 4 gives 10. So win or lose, Phone Tap's actually going to move into second place in the standings, which will put him directly in contention for that automatic seeding to the PAX Prime Finals. So already a great result for Phone Tap in this tournament, even if it's not, an outright win. But should he even just get second, that's going to give him a pretty sizable lead in the point standings with only 2 opens left. So big stuff on the line for him personally, win or lose. But for these other 3 guys, I think it's just got to be an outright win to make it to that PAX final.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's another big thing to talk about, too, is just what a series that he has been having for the ONOG circuit. But we're jumping into game number 1 right now. It's Druid, Mage, Shaman, Warlock, and Warrior for both players as we move into best of 7 matches now for this final day. Warrior has been banned on both sides, and we're starting out with a Freeze Mage Mirror.
Yeah, the Freeze Mage Mirror has been kind of a staple of competitive Hearthstone for years, and it's a very controversial matchup. Players have a lot of different opinions about what you should be doing, how the matchup goes, but a lot of things have kind of changed this in recent history, I think. Since Forgotten Torch kind of came out, the fatigue plan really kind of went out the window, especially with Antique Healbot going away. So I gotta believe this is going to be just a race to the finish for both players, trying to absolutely burn their opponents out. A lot of interesting math to be done, having to consider Ice Block, having to consider Alexstrasza, where to pop your opponent. I think this matchup does get really interesting when it hits fatigue, but I don't think that's a really likely thing anymore with Standard.
Yeah, I mean, the rotation of Antique Healbot, that sort of eventually became a staple in Freeze Mage decks where it wasn't there early on, and eventually players realized, wait a second, I really don't want to Alexstrasza myself. I want to Antique Healbot and Alexstrasza my opponent instead. And then when you added in the Antique Healbots, you sort of got to the point where you're like, well, I don't know, maybe I do want to Alexstrasza myself. I also have Antique Healbots. And that's sort of where that fatigue plan stemmed from. But like you said, adding in Forgotten Torches into the metagame, that meant that players were having extra cards in their deck. They had extra access to damage. And not only that, but Antique Healbot went away. And so it's become a lot more damage focused and how you actually deliver that damage.
Yeah, and these early turns here are mostly going to be just a lot of cycling. Phone Tap here, considering a couple things. I mean, first of all, do you want to throw out Mirror Image? There's not a great reason to do that. It could potentially block out some chip damage from your opponent's early drops, but Really not much doing there, and also considering whether he wants to coin out a 2-drop, which would easily be met with a ping, but would, help him cycle further into his deck.
Let's talk for a minute about what players are actually looking for in this matchup. Something to touch on here with turn 1 Mirror Image is that you're controlling the size of your hand is actually pretty relevant in this matchup. And so being able to simply play Mirror Image so you don't have to be concerned with it later on, I think is fairly effective. But what are kind of the key cards in this matchup that players are really looking for?
I feel like the key cards, I'd say key card number 1 is just Ice Block. You need an Ice Block to not die. Before Standard, that wasn't really a concern with Mad Scientist being a card in your deck. You didn't have to worry about dying, really. You were very consistently getting an Ice Block onto the field. There was never a worry about not having a secret up. Now, in Standard, there's just a chance those Ice Blocks are tucked away into your bottom 10 cards, and you're on a really weird game plan where you're very vulnerable. Card number 2, I would say, is just Alexstrasza. It lets you start the aggression on your opponent. The person who Alexstrasza's first is at a massive advantage. Alexstrasza is also just an 8/8 body, so it's going to connect. Usually Ice Barrier is going to stop the first attack, but past that, your opponent might have to invest resources into freezing it, and so on. So really, it's just a matter of who can start the burn plan fastest and safest.
Yeah, and sort of touching on the Alexstrasza point too, in conjunction with the hand size control, players in this matchup oftentimes just use Frost Nova or Blizzard so that they have space in their hand to draw cards. So those aren't always available at the time Alexstrasza hits.
Yeah, this is a very strange matchup of dead cards and wasting them. And Doomsayer is an interesting dead card because it doesn't really ever clear a board in this matchup, but it can proactively deny your opponent's play. So what you'll see players do a lot is play the Doomsayer going into a turn where they expect their opponent to either play Emperor Thaurissan or Alexstrasza. Archmage Antonidas used to also be a concern, but I feel like very few players had that in their build nowadays. And seeing that PhoneTap was so willing to throw out the Mirror Image, you can almost eliminate the possibility that that's in his build.
Yeah. It's actually interesting you note that because Frozen in his Freeze Mage build has a copy of Alexstrasza. I'm sorry, a copy of Archmage Antonidas and Yogg-Saron.
Yeah, and honestly, maybe those cards kind of give you an edge in this matchup. Just having more things you can draw into that do stuff, and Yogg-Saron is an absolute X factor. If you're behind and you have that in your hand, you can just throw that out and say, well, I was going to lose anyway. Hopefully this does something crazy.
Rossi picks up some card draw. Very welcome. Card draw also very important in this matchup, but there's lots of it, so there's not one particular piece I think that's necessarily more valuable than the others. I think Arcane Intellect is going to be the better one.
So Rossi kind of hovering that Doomsayer for a second. That leads me to believe he might be concerned about a coin Emperor Thaurissan from PhoneTap, but going to ignore that. And PhoneTap's going to actually have a hard time getting this Blood Mage to die for the cycle, and he's going to have to throw out some cards here or there.
Yeah, I'm curious if he's looking at this and kind of thinking the same thing. Like, is Rosti going to play Emperor Thaurissan here ever, and should I do anything about it? Because the Novice Engineers are pretty tough to attack with, given that Rosti has an Ice Barrier in play. If you cannot actually deal 8 points of combat damage, attacking is negative value for you.
Yeah,
and so you'll often see players forego the attack in this matchup.
PhoneTap picks up the Alexstrasza first, but again, he doesn't have an Ice Block. So it's not really the safest thing for him. You look at Rossi's hand, and there's already 21 points of burn there. I wonder if it ever crosses your mind, in Rossi's shoes, is there any way I can ever just kill PhoneTap? Now, I don't think that means, he should just start chucking burn at PhoneTap's face. That seems like a very easy way to lose to your opponent, maybe defensive Alexstrasza, but it's certainly a game plan for him if an Ice Block isn't picked up from PhoneTap.
Yep. This is one of those turns where you may see that hand size be a concern for PhoneTap.
Yeah, might see like Frost Nova get thrown out on nothing, which also might kind of deny ping value. He could start throwing some burn, but with Alexstrasza in your hand, you're not thrilled to do that.
Yeah, I'd be pretty surprised if anything other than Forgotten Torch was used from the burn side of things. And then again, the card draw is really hard to use here because if he fills up his hand, it doesn't have much to play. He's going to be stuck burning cards. He can't do that. And so I like the Blizzard here just to get the most expensive dead card out of his hand.
Yeah, it's going to cost him a ping, but not a huge deal since he has the Alexstrasza.
That's a pretty good draw for Rosti.
Yep. And interestingly enough, it's actually going to drop that entire 21 damage combo to being usable in a single turn. So if Rosti picks up a Fireball and there's no Secret out for Phone Tap, I'd expect to see him just Fireball Phone Tap down to 21 and just go for game on turn 10.
Yeah, that's very possible. And Phone Tap continues to pick up more card draw here.
Well,
My first order of business is going to be to kill this Emperor Thaurissan.
yeah, definitely. Fireball seems to be just far and away the most efficient way to do that. Don't want to really waste the Frostbolt or the Ice Lance. Those are just worth more damage for less mana, so...
Yeah, really tough turn here for Phone Tap. And like you mentioned, too, the Ice Block's not there. At what point does this start becoming really uncomfortable for Phone Tap?
Very soon. I mean,
Do you think if he drew an Ice Barrier, it would be like a good enough of a block to discourage Rosti from checking the burn as quickly as he normally would?
Oh my gosh, there's that Fireball.
Ooh.
I mean, he can wait until next turn to do that. I think Doomsayer is going to come out because of Coin Alexstrasza.
Yeah, like if he sees Coin... Honestly, I don't like to Doomsayer here because if he sees Coin Alexstrasza, that's when he can just kill Phone Tap. He can just Fireball him.
Well,
Phone Tap pops the block. And
no,
then wins him.
he wouldn't have enough mana. He needs 10 mana to deal
Right,
with
so
21.
so if he doesn't play the Doomsayer this turn, he gets Coin Alexstrasza, he Fireballs on 9, Phone Tap returns damage, and then he 21s him on turn 10.
Well, then Phone Tap could also just set up an Ice Block.
Yeah, that's true. And this way also, yeah, I like this. This is still way better here. I see it. Because he can still just Fireball him next turn.
Yes.
And then he forces the Ice Block from Phone Tap. Because Phone Tap's at 21, the Alexstrasza doesn't have a defensive impact.
Phone Tap's still just going to throw out the Coin Alexstrasza, the 15-point spell of damage, and no block on the field. When you see this Fireball come out at your face, do you start drawing for that Ice Block? And even if he does, is it too late? Because even if an Ice Block is drawn for Phone Tap, Rossi's still just going to go with the 21 points of burn. And yeah, sure, he might have to pop him at 4 health or whatever, but that's just one burn spell away from game.
Yep, I like the Acolyte ping here. And I do like the Fireball is just far and away the most appealing play. And guaranteed that Rosti spots this damage right now.
Yeah, and there's the Forgotten Torch. Even if there was a block, he'd easily be able to pop it, right? And then kill Phone Tap again with the Forgotten Torch next turn. I don't see any way that Phone Tap's going to win this game.
Yeah, he drew all of his card draw. And not really much defensive measure or just burst damage. I mean, his hand has got 2 more card draw effects in it. He's drawn 3 of his freeze effects. He hasn't been able to Emperor yet.
And he can't even pop Rosti this turn. And that, I believe, is just going to do it. He has no way to draw into the Ice Block, so Rosti's 21 damage combo, thanks to Emperor Thaurissan, is just going to end the game. Oh, he's even going to let the Acolyte hit him for 1.
Yeah, the one, I don't think that point of damage is very consequential. I mean, the way he dies is Pyroblast, Frostbolt, Ice Lance, and that's exactly what Rosti has. Game 1 goes over to Rosti. I feel like you're like a prophet in this game. You just kind of called everything that was going to happen on turn 1.
Well, like I said, a lot of people, when you ask them what the most important card is, they'll tell you Alexstrasza. I said Ice Block, and I said card number 2 is Alexstrasza. Rosti drew the most important card, Phone Tap drew the second most important card, and you can see the results here of who won. Emperor Thaurissan was a big MVP in that game as well, which I called the third most important card, but I mean, if you're not going to have an Ice Block, you're not going to win the Freeze Mage Mirror. I can tell you that right now. 2 Ice Blocks versus none. I think even if Rosti didn't have him that turn, that was essentially just game over for Phone Tap.
Yeah. Just simply because he put out so much damage, hadn't had an Ice Block popped yet, and can still just eventually draw into his more burn and reload. Yeah, well, I mean, what a really disgusting turn to draw that Emperor Thaurissan. I mean, that had to be the best draw in the deck at the time he drew it.
Yeah, it's kind of sad to see how the state of the cards that rotated out and sort of the cards that have been introduced, how standard Freeze Mage Mirror, I feel like, is a lot more kind of draw based than it used to be in the past, where you'd see, going back to like the World Championship last year, Tice versus Ostkaka, that intense fatigue battle that involved like the players pinging themselves and saving their Alex, saving their heal bot. It was, this chess match, and now it's kind of just like, oh, man, I didn't even draw a rook. How am I supposed to play? Like, yeah,
you got to move that pawn to the end and turn it into a rook.
That was Phone Tap's plan. That game was to play with some pawns, and Rosti had everything. So, unfortunate game one, and with that being each player's it's not actually these guys' fifth decks. Interestingly enough, they both brought Freeze Mage in their main lineup. Both of these guys added Druid as their fifth deck, so maybe they're both kind of making a nod to saying Druid is, out of these five, number 5. So I hesitate to say that was like the biggest win of the series quite yet. I think both of these players are admitting they think their Druid is their weakest. So definitely still some game to be had for both players, especially considering Zoo is still on the board for Phone Tap to pick a win up with Freeze Mage. But certainly a very important win in the Freeze Mage Mirror.
Yeah, it's also going to come down to how Rosti's Druid is built, too. I mean, we haven't seen if he's playing Yogg, if he's playing Cthulhu, what style this is yet. And in my experience, Freeze Mage does a number on the Yogg Saron versions of Druid. They don't really have enough pressure to get going. They're spending a lot of the time building to one big combo turn, and Freeze Mage has a lot of tools to shut that damage from incoming, in combination, with Blizzards, with Frost Novas, just everything to kind of hold everything at bay when they're trying to set up a big Savage Roar, and that gives them time to find that big combo damage. Really, the only card I feel that Druid has a really strong defensive measure with that one is Feral Rage, or maybe Raven Idol into Feral Rage.
Well, looks like Game 2 is going to be our second mirror match. I mean, I'd expect a lot of these as the day goes on, considering the kind of same classes we have across the board of all 4 players. But again, we're going to see one of those mirror matches that can be really close, but can also just kind of be explosive.
Yeah, Tunnel Trog, of course, a very important card in this matchup, but is Tunnel Trog the most important card? That's kind of an interesting topic to talk about, too, is in the particular matchup what you feel the most important card is. A lot of times in this one, I feel that Totem Golem ends up being stronger than Tunnel Trog.
Yeah, Totem Golem has essentially no answers in the Shaman Mirror. Like, there's no 4 damage spell. I mean, very few players are playing Stormcrack in their aggro Shaman builds, which both of these guys are running aggro Shaman. So when you go Tunnel Trog, Coin Tunnel Trog, yeah, that's really powerful, but Totem Golem challenges both. Your Lightning Bolt doesn't cleanly deal with it. You're going to have to trade in a Trog. And your Trogs are answerable by Rockbiter, by Bolt, and so on. So I think it's important that Rosti doesn't pick up a 1-drop here. That's certainly going to not signal good things to come, but the Totem Golem might give him some reprieve.
Yep, definitely relegated to passing this turn. And Phone Tap. Now, when you see your opponent just pass, I guess the Rockbiter pickup does change things a little bit too, because now in the event that you see a Totem Golem, you're not comfortable using Lightning Bolt Rockbiter necessarily, but it keeps your Totem Golems protected, and they become 2/3s at that point.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this hand, you probably can make a read your opponent has a Totem Golem. They kept 1 card. They didn't play it on turn 1. You're very rarely keeping removal spells on the play in this matchup, so unless Rosti decided to keep, some weird card like Doomhammer or a 3-drop, then that card is most likely Totem Golem. But I think Phone Tap's game against Totem Golem is just Tunnel Trog, Coin Tunnel Trog, and kind of like you said, it's not a clean answer, but use 2 removal spells on the Totem Golem.
Yeah, I'm going to take his time and think through it. And he will conclude the same. Oh, he's actually going to Abusive Sergeant.
Yeah, I was just about to say this. The other thing he can do is play the Abusive, go ahead and next turn go Tunnel Trog Bolt or Tunnel Trog Rockbiter and trade in the Abusive and save one of his removal spells, essentially using the Abusive proactively as a removal spell.
This also threatens Flametongue Totem. really hard versus the Totem Golem. This is a brilliant play from PhoneTap, I think.
Yeah, that's the other thing. I mean, I'm not sure how brilliant it is because when you're in Rossi's shoes, I think it's Totem Golem every time, regardless. Sure, if they have Flame Tongue, you're really sad, but I don't think it's a point where bluffing is going to make your opponent opt not to Totem Golem on 2.
Well, not necessarily a bluff, but it does give them the opportunity to draw another Abusive Sergeant or the Flame Tongue Totem. Like, that's the reason I think it's a brilliant play.
That's exactly the reason why it's a good play. And also, just even when he doesn't draw it, I feel like this is still a better pan out than having an Abusive in his hand.
Yep.
I feel like holding back the Rockbiter is just stronger.
Yeah, I totally agree. It's going to be met with Lightning Bolts and looking at Argent Horse Rider, Feral Spirit for Rosti on his following turn. PhoneTap, no play this one.
Yep. It's a whiff, and I feel like for Rosti, it's probably going to be looking to... Ooh, well, that might change things.
Yes,
but
that definitely changes things. I mean, that outright will contest the Tunnel Trog, and then you always have the chance to get that Mana Tide or the Totem Golem off that one. I don't really see how he could justify not playing the Tuskar Totemic this turn.
Yeah, it looks like kind of the best draw he could have gotten from where I'm sitting, but... Just going to think it over. I mean, the play I was looking at before was Horse Rider into the Totem, but this is pretty much outright stronger, and like you said, has a 2 in 7 chance of just being nuts.
That won't happen this time. And does that change things? Here's the deal. We've seen PhoneTap at pretty much every single opportunity play Flame Wreath Faceless.
Yeah, and it's not like he has a Doomhammer to be worried about overloading over. So it doesn't, like, you've got Flame Wreath Faceless into Feral Spirit. I mean, what about Feral Spirit Rockbiter, honestly? Because that protects your Tunnel Trog, removes the 3-2 still, but it develops the most powerful board you can. You're heading into a Horse Rider turn next turn. I kind of like that play out of the options. You already saw a Lightning Bolt from your opponent.
And they didn't Lightning Bolt this turn or Rockbiter this turn. Honestly, I do think that is superior.
And he's going to spot that.
PhoneTap is on point today. I mean, again, yesterday we saw him play Flame Wreath Faceless just about over every single play that was available to him. I'm pretty sure every time.
Yeah, but it's definitely important in the Shaman Mirror. Managing your resources most efficiently is a pretty big deal. If damage isn't everything in the Mirror. Even though it's an aggro versus aggro matchup, it tends to be very much about controlling the board.
Flame Tongue, I think, was a really important draw for Rosti this turn. Being able to keep the 2/3s Wolves from just effectively trading over his and holding this in some fashion.
I mean, this is certainly from Rosti. It's a point where you're really hoping PhoneTap doesn't have, like, second... I mean, even Lava Burst I'd be sad to see here because... that would create the most awkward situation for you. He would just run over all your taunts and leave behind every minion at 1 health. But because there's no answer, this is incredibly awkward for PhoneTap. I mean, you probably have to make these awful trades.
Well, I'm curious if there's a justification for maybe just one trade. Like maybe the Horse Rider and use one of the the Spirit Wolves to take out one, leave your 4/3 and your 2/3, and then return the damage with Doomhammer on the following turn. Try to keep your Tunnel Trog around, maybe.
Yeah. Giving Rossi that free trade into your 2/3 taunt, though, is certainly scary.
Well, you would have the 2/1 Horse Rider left over afterwards.
Don't worry, love. The cavalry.
So it's either full trade or it's one trade, I think.
Wow. Okay.
I am a little bit surprised by that one.
I think this is kind of just directly weaker. You're essentially giving Rossi the choice of if he wants to make that trade, right? Like,
yeah,
trading in your Spirit Wolf into his is your choice. You get to make that choice. But when you pass this board state to your opponent, now he gets to choose. Maybe there's something better for him to do. Maybe he like kills your Spirit Wolf somehow with Rockbiter and saves some health by trading in his taunt into the Tunnel Trog.
Yeah, this actually... I don't think this punishes him at all.
No, I don't either. I don't think he got punished,
Yeah.
but it doesn't really make sense to give them that option. And I mean, that Flame Tongue turn was basically a huge swing for this game. Suddenly, Phone Tap is on the back end.
Yeah, does land the first Doomhammer, but Rossi returns that and has the board lead, and that's a big difference, and picks up a Totem Golem.
Yeah, the board lead's not a huge deal because it's going to get cleaned up by the Doomhammer. It's more like a life lead than a board lead, I would say. Because Phone Tap's going to have to sink his Doomhammer into minions, whereas Rossi can just throw his at face. Flame Ray Faceless can help bring this board state back, but he's still a long way out.
And now with the Lightning Bolt drawn, you see any merit to maybe the Totem.
I mean, if you hit Spell Power Totem, it's certainly not that bad, but do you want to take that risk? Is that a risk you think you need to take to win?
Well, he's going to be at 15 if he chooses to
He's going to be at
fight
8.
back. Well, he's going to be at 15 if I'm saying going to Rossi's turn if
Yeah.
he chooses to fight the board.
Yeah, which he will. He will choose to hit these 2-1s. There's no way Phone Tap can burn Rossi from 26 to 0 in like 2 turns.
He would have to draw Rockbiter.
That's not even close to enough.
There's little time.
I guess if
Maybe
you
he'd
stick.
still be an attack off. Like if the Flame Wraith sticks
Yeah,
and he
if the
went
Flame
all
Wraith
face
sticks,
and he drew Rockbiter, he'd be 2 damage off, and then he'd 1 damage off with the Spell Power Totem roll. So even if everything went perfectly, if he went for the
Yeah.
win, he'd still be off of damage. So yeah, he has to do this.
Yeah. Well, he's hoping that a couple blanks are drawn by Rossi, and I tell you what, Argent Squire is not really what Rossi was thinking of. I would say Feral Spirit is a potential point of stabilization here for Phone Tap. Now, he only has 1 in the deck. Thing from Below also a big deal in these late game battles.
Yeah, that'd be a really big draw for both players right now. Yep, Rossi, no reason to ever try to play defensively here. Your offense is your best defense at the moment.
Yep, huge life lead for him. Tuskar Totemic, not bad.
Bring some fish.
Not the worst totem ever either.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I mean, the trade is coming in on the Totem Golem still.
Yeah,
It's only got 8 damage left in the Doomhammer.
I don't. So it's certainly worth doing some math here of if you can somehow set up a lethal. You obviously have to be mindful of your own health, but you really want to ship that 7 to face, but it would be very dangerous.
Yeah, he died at 2 damage if he chose to not kill the Totem Golem here.
Yeah.
There's little time.
He's going over everything.
Yeah, I don't mind killing the Totem Golem. Well, I also really don't mind this. I mean,
Well,
you
here we
think
go.
about you think about your way to win the game, and it doesn't take long to arrive, but you're going to need 7 to connect.
And that's a fairly dead draw, honestly. It's
Is
good,
he dead
but-
now? I think so. He's going to trade with the Tuskar Totemic. And that's going to leave 17 damage. I mean, he's going to be 1 off on board, but the Lightning Bolt gets him there.
Wow, great play from Phone Tap. Recognizing that spot to attack. Picks up the second game.
Yeah. I really liked
Crazy.
I really liked what he did there. It's pretty hard to put your opponent on not having a burn spell. Like that Doomhammer, from the perspective of a player, you're like, alright, they've had that card for a while, they haven't found a good spot to use it. It's either second Doomhammer, or it's like a Lava Burst that's probably going to kill me. Now in that spot, you're dead to a Lava Burst, so maybe that's something where Phone Tap says, okay, so if it's Lava Burst, I'm dead. If it's Doomhammer, I'm alive. And also just thinking about the potential top deck, say Phone Tap traded that turn, the Flame Ray Faceless draw from Rossi would have put him ahead in the long game. So going for a long game is very much a calculated risk of top decks and saying, well, I'd have to top deck this and he'd have to whiff. And so PhoneTap essentially said the odds of that are worse than me putting him on the card in his hand and a single draw to kill me for 2 damage. Now, everything in the Shaman deck deals 2 damage, except just raw minions. So it was not a favorable position, but certainly paid off there, and he's going to equalize the series.
Yeah, favorable to his alternatives, at the very least.
Yes.
Yeah, so, I mean, that's Hearthstone in a nutshell, is taking the best chance that you can get, even when that chance is still a bad chance. Mm-hmm. Every single point of that matters. Just, honestly, it's a great spot. I think I honestly might have played that differently. Like, when you sit down and think about it, yeah, it makes perfect sense to attack face. But when you're in that moment and you're staring down the damage, and you're like, man, I'm dead to 2 damage, it's tough to pull the trigger and push the damage instead of trying to mitigate.
Yeah, and I mean, it sort of just makes sense once you kind of think about the math behind it. If you trade, you're essentially saying, yeah, if I draw Feral Spirit of Thing from below, I win. Okay, so that's 3 draws in your deck. But what if your opponent draws Flame Wreath Faceless, Lava Burst, etc. that just kills you, so you have to dodge those, and then you have to draw your 3 out of 18 or whatever.
Yeah.
Are the odds of that really higher than just your opponent whiffing on a point of burn 1 turn? No.
I don't think so. Not at all.
So, at first it seems kind of intuitive to play safe, but putting your opponent in those weird spots and swinging the game from a spot where you're at 8 life and your opponent's at 26 and saying, all right, well, now I'm the aggressor. Good luck. It's got to be the way you win sometimes.
You got to put him to the test. And sometimes players fail that test. Shaman, I think, one of the decks that's more likely to pick up a win in this series. I'd be pretty surprised if Shaman did not pick up a win on both sides. Again, I honestly think it's the best deck that's out there right now, simply because of its card power level.
So, the interesting thing I see as far as Shaman getting the win is it makes the likelihood that PhoneTap's Freeze Mage hits Zoo a little higher, because Shaman's a great matchup for Zoo. So that's kind of a way for Zoo to squeak out that win. Now Zoo's kind of, for Rosti, it's looking at Druid as a good target, and it's looking at the Mirror as a coin flip. And if it doesn't find one of those matchups, finding Freeze Mage is a very bad thing.
Yeah, that's another interesting point to make as well.
And we're going to go into a 3rd straight Mirror. Not quite a mirror match, because I feel like Rosti's on that more traditional Zoo and PhoneTap's on the more aggressive build. But yeah, it's, this match so far is just mirror after mirror. Wonder if they're going to go Druid into Druid next.
Yeah, that Young Priestess is not a Dark Peddler. That is in the opening hand for PhoneTap. This build often at times has multiple copies of Soulfire. It has Wrath Guards included in here. We saw an Argent Commander in his build yesterday. It's much more damage-oriented than kind of the traditional Zoo deck, which really wants to establish a strict board control and leverage its higher value minions like Darkshire Councilman to win games. But this mirror match, quotes around it, who does it typically favor because of that vastly different style?
Well, there's 2 main things at play here. One is I feel like Rosti's build is favored. I feel like this aggressive Warlock build isn't targeting the mirror really with its card choices. And 2, I feel like going first is favored. So Rosti kind of wins on both fronts, in the deck building phase and also just on the coin flip to begin. We'll have to see how those things kind of play out, because I don't think it's just, far and away. Like, I don't think it's like a 70-30, but maybe like a 55 to 60th matchup for Rosti. We saw Sea Giant in his opener, and another card I feel like is really important is Forbidden Ritual in the mid and late game if you get to that stage.
PhoneTap just constantly has his head in his hands. It's kind of funny to watch PhoneTap play, because he gets these reactions at plays like, just anything but that one.
Well, I feel like I don't mind Flame Imp that much. The other option is go for the Argent Squire, hope to Lance Carrier it, but I don't know how big of a fan I am with that. because there's most likely going to be another minion on Rosty's field that challenges your Lance Carrier for free. There might be like a Possessed Villager down that kills off your Argent Squire for free, and I feel like coining into Imp Gang Boss is one of the ways that as a player going second, you can find yourself getting back into the game.
Yeah, this is a really interesting turn I want to talk about here. The difference between coining the Argent Squire or the second Flame Imp and not doing so. Like you just mentioned, Imp Gang Boss is oftentimes not a clean kill in this matchup. If your opponent doesn't have Abusive Sergeant on turn 3, most of the time it's getting some value. And so because of that, not making the most aggressive play, or rather the best play this turn, means that his following turn play can be better. So he's got the turns 3, he's got turn 4 in mind as well when he plays this Flame Imp and doesn't end up using this coin. It's not because he doesn't think his coin plays aren't strong enough, it's because he thinks he can get a better coin play in a future turn.
I mean, really kind of just look at what the coin would have done even. It really would have just thrown out a Flame Imp in the face of a 2-2. That's not really what you're looking to do. You're looking to get these plays where, your Imp Gang Boss challenges that 2-2 so well.
Yep. And he even drew a second one to go with it, so his turns ended up paying off a lot. The foresight here of knowing that Dark Peddler is such a probable play from your opponent, really making a difference. And we found ourselves in this situation a lot yesterday too, where I think PhoneTap had an option to attack a 2-2 or a 1-1 here, and I really would have liked to see him think about this.
Well, here is a pretty big swing turn, I feel like. Sea Giant is enabled. He can even fit in a Possessed Villager first. I don't think there's really much else worth considering. You need to get that Sea Giant down while you can.
Yeah.
And then he's even got the Argus afterwards.
You talked about the impact of this card, and one of the reasons it's so impactful is because when your opponent has Imp King bosses to keep peeling the board back, you get a Sea Giant down, and you go, take your board back, I'm going to start attacking for 8.
Yeah, and PhoneTap is a little low, and probably going to end up playing a Flame Imp as well, so going down to 17, basically just clocked for 2-turn lethal by a Sea Giant. Definitely a scary prospect. I feel like this matchup comes down to trading a lot, but if you stake an 8-8 and your opponent's at 17, sometimes you just got to go for it.
Is there a chance that PhoneTap doesn't play the Flame Imp this turn? I mean, considering his life total?
Well, he's got other playable cards. He could go Squire, Lance Carrier, and then just roll into Doomguard next turn. It significantly reduces the chance that the Sea Giant 2-turn clocks him, but also considering that Zoo just is full of tons of buffs, like, is there much difference between 17 and 20? It's essentially the difference between having Rossi have to produce 1 extra damage and Rossi have to produce, 4 extra damage.
Nope, he's going with the Flame Imp. PhoneTap agrees. I mean, that's just a calculation you'd have to do, and you only have a finite amount of time to do that, and so you have to go with kind of what your best thought was. And so here, the fact that he fills up his board, I don't think is very consequential to him. Like, now if the Imp Gang boss gets attacked, it won't be spawning anything, but I feel like Rossi's plan is pretty spelled out here.
Yeah, this turn might start with a Mortal Coil on the Imp Gang boss. Like you said, it won't be really spawning anything, so that works out really well for Rossi. And past that, I'm looking at Soulfire and Dome him.
Defender of Argus?
Defender of Argus. Yeah, you just Soulfire him in the face, get him.
Chalky saw the Soulfire, was like, ooh.
Now, this trade obviously also makes sense, because you're still setting up the lethal if anything sticks, essentially, and you're making it even harder for him to clear that Sea Giant. In fact, I don't really see a way for PhoneTap to get out of this.
Yeah, so if he uses Lance Carrier and Abusive Sergeant this turn, he can kill the Sea Giant and then also kill the 1-1, but that requires him to use both of his shields, his Imp Gang boss, and then not tap to play around Power Overwhelming and Soulfire. So in the event that happens, Rosti is able to put PhoneTap to 6, completely strip away life tap for the rest of the game.
Well, that is the play. Like, it'll be interesting to see if PhoneTap spots that, or if he goes with maybe a risky line where he says, now there's no real reason to life tap because your hand is Doomguard anyway. Yeah. So I think he will kind of go along that line, even if it's not. I feel like this might be less him respecting damage and more him saying, well, It's not really a great reason to life tap anyhow.
Yeah, this is just ugly for phone tap. I mean, the Sea Giant was just ridiculously powerful in this game.
Yeah, he has to dodge 1 point of damage, and, well, there it is.
Yep.
So,
Rosti and the Sea Giant.
Fight, maggot.
Rosti and the Giant. It's like instead of a peach, it's a giant. And instead of James, it's Rosti. Poetry as he takes game number 3 here. 2-1 lead for Rosti. So far the mirror matches have kind of gone his way. But this one, I think, like you said, this isn't like a traditional mirror match. Phone Tap's build is clearly teched for other matchups where he's making the sacrifice in that particular mirror. And I think that's part of the reason why Freeze Mage is in his build, is because he knows that Zoo deck is going to be potentially struggling against Zoo as well as his Shaman. So he needs a way to make up that matchup so it doesn't just overperform versus his lineup. So I do like the build that Phone Tap is running with. But again, it's teched for other matchups. We didn't really get to see the impact of those cards. And then furthermore, like yesterday when we saw him play the Zoo matchup, he had he had Wrathguard to deny his opponent from playing an Imp-Gang boss. And that ended up being like a pretty big deal in the game that they played. And to me, that's one of the more important cards in that matchup, if you're going to fight for board, is the Wrathguard. Being able to fight against 2/2s and 2/4s very well. The only card it's really weak to is either a Possessed Villager and Ardent Squire in combination with Abusive Sergeant, or against Flame Imp. And so that card not showing up, I think, was a big detriment to him that game.
Yeah, overall, I mean, kind of just saw the strength of Sea Giant that game. Sometimes it connects for 9, and that is good enough to kill your opponent. I liked Rossi's trades and kind of non-trades that whole game. I don't think he really made any. And that was a very clean Zoomier. I don't think either player made, honestly, any mistakes as far as how they were sequencing their attacks, when they were trading, when they were going face. I feel like Rosti found his spot as the aggressor pretty early on. As early as the Flame Imp and Dark Peddler versus Flame Imp board state, where he said, nothing punishes this, and hit him for 3.
Yeah.
That damage ends up mattering a lot in the end, and that's a spot where to be carelessly defensive can end up costing you the game. So great stuff out of Rosti that game. Feel like you played it great. And we're going to get our first non-mirror match in Game 4.
Yeah, rolling in right now. Rosti versus Phone Tap. 2 more games to win for Rosti. It was best of 5 in our first 2 days, and we moved to best of 7 now with that 5th deck in. And so it's Phone Tap and the Wrathguard Zoo versus Rosti and Yogg-Saron Druid, it appears. What do you call this Zoo build?
I just call it Aggro Warlock, honestly. Like, that's what it is, right? It's an aggro deck, essentially. Like,
yeah. You're playing a lot less for the board, I feel, in a lot of situations.
I feel like the Zoo strategy encompasses, like, swarming the board. Like, Forbidden Ritual is a very iconic card now, I feel like, for Zoo strategies. Like, Possessed Villager, the Knife Juggler. Like, those are all just kind of, like, key things that Zoo does, and this build just doesn't use any of them, instead opting for just, like, raw plus damage buffs, Soulfires to face, no Sea Giants. I don't know.
Friend.
Yeah, exactly. There's I'd probably call it aggro instead of Zoo.
I gotcha. Living Greats is a nice pickup. Won't contest Phone Tap's particular hand very well, but this is one of those cards you kind of always welcome in this matchup. Like when your opponent has Possessed Villager, Ardent Squire, this is a direct answer for them. When they have Flame Imp, you proactively answer to allow yourself to Wild Growth. The really only card this is weak to is Voidwalker, and especially if Voidwalker is coupled with Young Priestess. That is a big pickup from Phone Tap this turn.
Yeah, I mean, that Young Priestess might just get out of control this game.
Which is kind of crazy to say. I mean, this was like the original card that was used in the Zoo decks early on. Was if you went turn 1, if your opponent didn't have a play on turn 1 and you ended up having 2 Young Priestess, that almost won you the game outright. I mean, that was Warriors played Cleave back then because of that card.
Well, it also had its partner in crime, Blood Imp, which was a lot different back in the day. Gave all your minions 1 health at the end of the turn, and it was a 1/1.
No, it was a state-based effect of all your minions gain +1 health. So if you whirlwinded down the Blood Imp, it would deal the 1 damage, the Blood Imp would die, and your minions would stay at the same size that they were after the Whirlwind. The Whirlwind wouldn't deal 2 damage, and so people played Whirlwinds and Cleaves literally to answer turn 1 Blood Imps and be able to answer Young Priestess coupled with cards. It was a really interesting format back then.
Yeah. So that definitely made Young Priestess a lot more powerful, but like you mentioned, it's found its way back into these builds. I feel like it's really strong when it starts working. I mean, so far this has been 2-3 worth of stats for 1 mana, and it's only going to increase.
Yeah, I mean, it's supporting the Voidwalker so well versus this Living Roots Open. I mean, this is about as punished as Rosti could have gotten. Swipe would have been a good turn here, but this is about the only turn it's going to be good. For the rest of the game, Phone Tap's going to be able to kind of establish control or push damage one way or the other.
Yep, Young Priestess kind of builds you up out of swipe range over time.
It also just gets so much value in the meantime that by the time the swipe hits, it's a recovery state instead of a swing turn.
Yeah.
I think you got to go for the 2/2 here.
Yeah, that's definitely what Rossi's considering here. I think Mire Keeper is the play every time. It's just a question of if you want that mana to ramp to better late game plays, or if you're going to go ahead and take the 2/2 and just fight for board as hard as possible.
I think right now that here's the difference: is that building to a late game turn is more of a risk. If he draws the right cards, the mana ends up panning out way better. The problem with that is there's a lot of cards in his deck that aren't functioning right now with that extra mana. Like Wisp of the Old Gods is not a good draw. Yogg-Saron's not a good draw. Onyxia, Wild Growth, Nourish, like those cards are dead right now. And so what he has to do is be able to fight on board and make sure that he can eventually get some value out of the majority of the draws in his deck.
Yeah, I think one of the things the mana does is it lets you like Raven Idol into something like Starfall, and it also lets you Raven Idol to check to see if you have a good play, and then if you don't, you can Azure Drake. But as far as the draws in your deck thing goes, I feel like going for mana, like you said, it's optimistic and saying like, yeah, I hope I draw this and then this and then this, but the odds of you doing that are just as high as you drawing completely different cards that work without the mana. So I like going with the 2/2, and the other thing is this deck doesn't really run many ways to buff the board, in normal ways like the Zoo deck does. I don't believe there's Defender of Argus in here. There's not many ways to just buff your guys.
I'm curious about the Imp King boss's turn. I was really eyeing the idea of Soulfire and how impactful it was. Let's get the buff on the Imp King boss too. So this is the turn he was looking at, was when the Mire Keeper runs over the Voidwalker, he can return the kill with Imp King boss, get an extra 1/1 out of it, keep his Soulfire for a bigger target. But the alternative, I think, to this was just Dark Peddler Soulfire.
Yeah, and I believe there probably are Defender of Argus in this deck. I was misremembering, but yeah, it's definitely going to be tough for Rossi to just fight back on the board. Yeah, Dark Iron Dwarf is
there's no power overwhelming either. It's just Soulfire.
Yeah, that Dark Iron Dwarf was the card I was putting in Defender of Argus's place on accident, but
look, they're both D. They both buff.
They're both 4.
They're both 4 mana.
Yeah.
You're talking with a Dark Iron Dwarf right now. It's hard to say he's not there.
Well, it's a scary spot here.
Honestly, I don't mind Savage Roar. Savage Roar would answer the board too. Like if he just Savage Roar's hero powers, he takes out the Voidwalker and takes out the Imp King boss.
Wow. Well, this didn't pan out too badly. This was Rossi's worst case, I think, was you don't pick up a viable play off Raven Idol. I mean, he's got the combo in his hand, though. That's 14 damage.
It's a little bit harder now. Honestly, I still have tinkered with that idea of a traditional aggro druid build where instead of trying to innervate Felreaver, you try to innervate Force Nature. And the problem I've run into every single time is literally just Imp Gang boss. It's good versus just about everything else I've played except Imp Gang boss. It's really bad in that matchup.
Imp Gang boss is one hell of a card.
Yeah, nice use of the Stone Tusk Boar here. And return kill at 3/2, and now the board is looking a little bit rough, and that Force of Nature is pretty much shut down right now. he may choose to go for this anyway, just to try
Yeah,
stuff
I
off
was
the
about
board.
to say it looks pretty solid to me compared to the other two plays.
Yeah, that's the thing here is in comparison, this looks great. You're like, oh, sweet, 3/2/2s.
Yep. You at least know it's going to kill one of Gang Boss or Direwolf, but unfortunately,
That is
Defender of Argus picked up.
double draw.
Yeah. That's obviously going to be the play. I think it's trade in the Imp, Argus to left 2, and keep propagating imps from your Imp Gang Boss. That's like the third 1/1 imp it's made, and it's still alive.
Yeah, I'm not seeing another play. I mean, maybe there's some world where you consider Soulfire, but with a Dark Peddler in your hand, I don't think that's there.
Yeah, I think that's the only consideration here is your Divine Shield for some reason worth more than a Soulfire?
I mean, maybe he could Defender of Argus and just trade as well, like and keep the Divine Shield around. But I think the Divine Shield's worth way less than the health on your Direwolf Alpha.
Yeah, I think the health on the Direwolf is really nice.
My shield for Argus.
Let's see where the trades go. Yeah, Divine Shield is certainly getting used here. You're getting so much effect out of that Direwolf Alpha and the Divine Shield here.
Yep, just taking his time to think through everything, and
Yeah, Rossi is in full panic mode right now. This is desperation.
there's the Desperation King. Well, he's an iterate away
Yeah.
from greatness.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 damage available directly for phone tap this turn.
Jeez.
That'll make it
Well,
16 damage available this turn.
you're certainly trading out an Azure Drake, going into a potential spell power swipe turn where
Yeah.
you're going to have a lot of 2 health things on the board.
I think step 1 is Dark Peddler.
Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna go Dark Peddler Argus, unless you're gonna Soulfire it, yeah, that actually makes a little bit of
Yeah.
sense.
Wow, I'm actually really surprised you chose to Soulfire this.
I think I would have preferred Peddler a little bit. I'm always so greedy for that non-discard from Soulfire, though.
Yeah, Wrath it's not going to do it. I don't think there's any way for Rossi to win this game.
Yeah, there's gonna be 9 damage on board after the Wrath, so he needs.
If he
something
Wraths
else.
into Raven Idol into Starfall, he'll be facing down 4 damage. I'm sorry, he'll be facing down 4 damage if he manages to get that. So he'd have to Wrath the Direwolf Alpha.
More likely, if you Wrath the 2/2 and draw Swipe, I believe you're still alive. Like, he's dead to board when he does this,
4, 5,
right?
6, 7, 8, 9. Yes.
So Wrath and the Swipe was the play here. Maybe hoping Phone Tap would just miss lethal here and trade into the Teacher or something, but
I mean, that's honestly, it's not a horrible plan. I've done this before and had it succeed time to time, but against Phone Tap, I don't think it's going to work.
right.
So ties with the series now.
Yeah, both players Zudex kind of out of the way.
So Druid Mage versus Druid Shaman. This is a tough one to call, honestly. This one's going to come down to the wire, I think.
I mean, you probably favor Druid Shaman here, just because of Shaman. It really is kind of. You could probably math this out pretty easily, but like, all right, so there's what, like, are there 8 potential matchups or just 4?
It's Druid into Druid, Druid into Shaman, Mage into Druid, Mage into Shaman.
Yeah.
There's 4 total. There's 4 differences.
Yeah. So, kind of look at it. So you see Rosti. Well, no, there are 8 because each player kind of has their own class. So either Rossi accuses Mage into.
Rossi doesn't have Mage
Druid?
left. He's got
Or
Druid and Shaman left. Yeah.
So he accused Shaman into Mage or Shaman into Druid. Obviously, he wants to get Shaman into Mage, but at the end of the day, it is kind of just luck of the draw. There's a lot of different sequences here, but it's gonna be Shaman versus Druid, which for Phone Tap, I feel like is the better one of the two. It's kind of like pick your poison. I feel like it's mainly going to come down to if he can pick up 2 wins against Druid. But if he could kind of cheat a win here in this bad matchup, that'd be great for him.
Well, he's definitely got the kind of hand that does it. He's got turn 1 Living Roots into Wrath, into Raven Idol for another chance to kill a threat, and then Mire Keeper. So this is a pretty fantastic opener for Phone Tap. But Rosty's is not too shabby either. He's got 2 copies of Tunnel Trog alongside an Argent Squire and a Flame Tongue Totem. Now, the Flame Tongue is not as valuable in this matchup because you're not running over a bunch of big taunt minions. You're kind of dealing with little swarms and piece-by-piece removal from your opponent. And so the likelihood of the Flame Tongue getting isolated or just getting picked off at some point, I think, is a little bit higher in this matchup than, say, versus like Ramp Druid or Cthulhu Druid, maybe.
Yep, it's a pretty powerful opener for Rosty, though, too. I mean, seeing these Tunnel Trogs over and over for both players.
Yep, nice answer for Phone Tap, though, is 2 for 2. And then Rosty gets his chance to take the initiative. I think Nourish is a really important card in this matchup as well. When you go toe-to-toe with your resources, you need to be able to draw into your big taunt minions or your Wisps of the Old Gods when you scale into those later turns.
Yeah, I don't know if he's really going to have time for Nourish. Obviously, it really depends on how these next draws go, but I think it's going to be tough for him to get to a point where 5 mana draw 3 is a good thing against Aggro Shaman.
Wow, goes for face with the trees here.
Yeah, I don't see him getting punished much. I don't really see a great, upside to it. But damage is damage, and you never know how much that's going to matter in the long run.
Yep. Finley Tunnel Trog looking like the play for Rosty here. Ooh,
Wow.
Those are great options.
It's got to be Life Tap. I mean...
Yeah, I'm taking the Life Tap here for sure.
You look at...
Your average draw is going to
it's-
yield you more than 2 damage, I think, if something sticks. Like, if something sticks to the board, you're going to get... Like, that's going to be game.
I mean, Finley I play mostly because of Life Tap, and any deck I play him in. Like, Life Tap is far and away the best hero power. You need very good reason to not take it. And Lava Burst, Flame Tongue is not good reason.
Includes
So
the same.
now suddenly Rosty kind of has a lot of game if this goes kind of late.
Yeah, Finley was an excellent draw here. And not only that, but this Raven Idol needs to go favorably as well.
Oh, jeez. Those are bad, Admirable.
Yeah, I'm probably taking the healing touch here and really not happy about it, but
Yeah.
this is looking rough.
What about Astral Communion and just
No.
draw a Yogg?
No, it's not going to work. Yep. Just he needs the time.
Yeah.
Now the problem is going to be fitting in that healing touch at a certain turn. We have Mire Keeper coming up here, but again, the one thing that Phone Tap has going for him right here is that Rosty's turn 3 is a little bit weak.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind just seeing the Flame Tongue force out action from Phone Tap.
Yep.
Kind of make that just Mire Keeper a lot worse. He's even going to go all face. Just stranding the 1/1. It's not really challenging anything.
Well, that's a lot of extra health we're looking at now. I think I'm going for Mire Keeper here.
Yeah. Mire Keeper for the body, or...
Yeah, for the body, for sure. I don't like the Feral Rage. The Feral Rage is going to set him back. Like, the Mire Keeper can compound this. He has a healing touch in his hand right now. I don't think he needs to be doing this.
Well, he's going to go for the kill on the Flame Tongue Totem. I kind of liked just going for the Mire Keeper as well. Another weak turn, though. Another very weak turn from Rosty, but he picks up a lot of burn. Healing Touch might go a long way towards stopping that.
Yeah, does have 18 points available from hand now. Needs a lot of mana to make it happen, but...
A little more than 18, considering all the swings of Doomhammer. There's no Harrison in this deck.
Yeah,
I'm
I mean,
sure.
yeah, I'm talking 18 like in one turn, potentially. So yeah, I mean, you're right. The Doomhammer's going to represent a lot here, too. And it's got to be Azure Drake.
Jeez, this game might end real quick.
Perthorson's going to be too late. Now, I wonder what Rosty's in the business of doing with this Doomhammer if he plays it this turn.
Yeah,
I'm honestly kind of liking the Feral Spirit and then use the Lightning Bolt trade
Feral
off
Spirit
Finley.
Bolt, yeah. I was looking at that as well. I mean, if you equip Doomhammer, are you...
I don't mind taking 8 here either.
Oh,
Don't mind pushing damage either. I mean, these are all good plays.
I don't mind anything.
I mean, this sets up lethal next
Well,
turn.
Yeah, because the Finley is very unlikely to bite the dust. And the Finley plus Rockbiter plus Lava Burst is 16, so even with an armor up, that is going to be lethal.
Yeah, I mean, he picked up Innervate, though, so now he's got the Violet Teacher Innervate Healing Touch
It's an
as
interesting
an
option.
available play. I mean, I look at this board and I go, how am I going to win? Well, first, step number 1 is killing Tunnel Trog, so Azure Drake's occupied. Step number 2 is going to be getting stuff on board to contest. And then step number 3 is using healing at some point. Like, so if you make a bunch of 1/1s and they don't go contested, suddenly Savage Roar and Wisp of the Old Gods can become real threats.
Yeah, I wonder if he's going to go for the Mire Keeper, though, instead. Maybe fall victim to thinking, okay, if I can dodge the lethal this turn, then I can heal up next turn. But it looks like he's just going to go for the healing straight away.
Yep, I like to play.
I am ready to learn.
The Mire Keeper's been stranded for an awfully long time now.
That sets Rosty back a bit.
10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 20. He's got 23 over 2 turns if he doesn't draw a burn spell.
I count 22. Oh, plus the Finley, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, which
So-
if you're this close and you're 1 damage off, I think the step here is probably
Wow.
life tap.
Yeah, being 1 damage off is definitely really relevant, though, when your
Yeah.
opponent has a hero power the game's won.
Yeah. He's going to go for the
looks
rock
like-
bite this turn.
Think he's going to kill the teacher? He doesn't have lethal represented.
I think you go face. I think at this point, if you're playing to draw even more burn spells after this, that's where the Druid can recover.
There is little time.
You know, if he runs into any taunt next turn, that's gonna end it. And we saw Frozen running 2 copies of Ancient of War. Is gonna kill the teacher.
I mean, he is dead to a taunt no matter what, I think. Personally, I like killing the teacher. You've got life tap. You can keep going for a bit of a longer game. You got Feral Spirit to block the 1/1s, which would run into huge interference if you left the teacher up.
Honestly, Phone Tap I think might have turned the corner here. I think this is Emperor Thorson and Giddy Up. If he starts pushing damage here, I mean the attack face represents Savage Roar.
Yeah, but I don't think that's really turning the corner. You know, sure you're bluffing, but
Rossi's gonna have to invest more Doomhammer charges into minions, I think, if he plays Emperor Thorson and attacks face.
maybe. I don't even think that hurts him too much.
Time waits for no one.
I think Phone Tap would be thrilled with that.
Ooh.
Whoa.
Oh, he's
Going
gonna
into
get mana.
mana. Interesting.
So
Well, that if that doesn't say if that doesn't say Savage Roar, I really don't know what does. This is an interesting play from
I
Phone
think it
Tap.
says Wisp of the Old Gods.
Definitely could say that too. I mean, something that's a big buff.
Now, neither of these players have seen each other's Druid builds prior to this series. This was a 5th deck that they added today, so really no read on the Ancient of War, Wisp of the Old Gods, Cenarius, Onyxia situation. All of those cards are kind of interchangeable in these builds. So unless you kind of know a player's personal preference, this play I feel like really signals something like Power of the Wild, Wisp of the Old Gods. But I guess if he had Wisp of the Old Gods, wouldn't he have just casted it? Maybe,
Well,
maybe not. Would have
I
been
don't know.
7 Wisp, and you could kill off the 1/1. Well, I feel like Rossi's not going to care much. He's going to respect it a little. Probably going to kill off the... Looks like he's leaving the 2/2. Is he leaving the 3/3 as well?
Yeah. Just putting up blockers. This is interesting.
All right.
Again. Oh, baby.
Wow.
This turn just got really interesting.
Well, I think you start with Wrath for 1. I'm looking at that as your best chance. Phone Tap also put him in a spot to draw Yogg-Saron, and potentially climb back in with just some craziness. So he's going to be able to clear out a lot of this, and he's not quite dead, I don't think.
Clear out all of it.
Yeah. Doesn't have to use mulch if he doesn't want to.
I'm probably saving the mulch here.
Yeah, I think so too.
And I really want to start getting hero powers.
Your opponent's representing burn. Like, let's be clear on that. He did not put a Doomhammer charge into your 2/2. Like, his hand is burn. So, you don't have a great mulch target coming up, but to give him a free minion, I think, is a bigger deal than anything else. And ooh, wow, it's not quite game.
It's 17 over the next 2 turns. So Phone Tap needs to draw something to stay alive. Period.
Yogg-Saron.
Raven Idol into another healing spell. Those are about the only things I can think of. His Feral Rage is gone. He's only got 1 Raven Idol left. He can almost never deliver lethal here.
Yep, and Rossi's just going to start firing it.
I don't blame him. This is it. Maybe. I mean, this has to be a perfect draw.
Oh, Yogg, what are you doing?
Well, that's going to do it. Rosty's going to lock up game number 5 and put himself on match point. This was a really, really tricky game because I think there was a lot of different ways that players could have made decisions, and it's not to say that any are better than one or the other. Eventually, if you sit down and analyze this game, you can figure out what the right stuff was. But there was a lot going on the board state.
Yeah, it's a lot easier to look at the Zoomier and say both players played it about as well as they could have, and then look at this game and you're like, there were a lot of decisions. Like
A lot.
I mean, from Rossi's point of view, I think he made some very interesting face/trade situation calls, like when he put the Rock Biter damage into the Violet Teacher, which I kind of liked, and then at the end he got very greedy for that damage. I mean, not killing a 2/2 with your Doomhammer charge, which sort of protects your 2/3 taunt, which pushes the same damage. I mean, the risk reward is like small on both ends. It's not really a huge risk, and there's not really a huge reward. So it's kind of just arguable, honestly, more than anything, rather than a mistake. But Rossi just has to win a game with his Druid now, and he's got 2 chances.
Yeah, that's the Freeze Mage. I think is going to be a little bit rough, but the Druid Mirror. This is again one of those matchups where I think a lot of decisions can get made, but there's also that potential for one player to just crack the game wide open with an uncontested Wisp of the Old Gods or Violet Teacher. And so those are really big things to look out for. I would say in the Yogg-Saron mirror match that ramping is by far your most important aspect of that one.
I think whoever slams Yogg first wins, no matter the situation.
Turn 2 Wild Growth, turn 3 Mire Keeper, turn 4 Innervate Yogg.
Does that work?
And be 6 mana and Innervate Yogg. You get a Yogg for 3.
What about Innervate Nourish, Wild Growth, and that's your turn 1. And then you Mire Keeper, Raven Island, and Innervate, and then you Innervate Yogg. Gets you a few extra spells in there.
We're going way deep on the Phone Tap. Actually does have Ancient War in the build too. Both players up with Innervate, and Emperor Thaurissan in combination with Innervate is a must keep in this matchup, I think. And honestly, in a lot of matchups when you have the coin, like turn 3 Emperor Thaurissan is disgusting.
Yeah, the only thing I could really see you throw away Thaurissan with Innervate for is digging for a Violet Teacher combo or Fandral. Those are 2 of the other ways you can blow the game open, but I mean, throwing away one of your greatest cards for a chance at one of your other great cards is usually not that advisable.
These are 2 pretty good hands. That Ancient War makes it a little bit more ugly for Rosti. And Phone Tap does pick up Wild Growth in addition to this, so we'll be able to save his coin alongside the Emperor Thaurissan as well.
Yep, just going to be a pass to start out, and feel like it's Innervate Fandral after seeing that Raven Idol draw.
Yeah, I totally agree. Druid does not check Fandral early on very well at all, so this card is incredibly important in this matchup.
Yeah, there is no answer from Phone Tap.
This could get scary. That Raven Idol could go absolute beast mode.
Yep, the odds he picks up something playable that's a choose one effect are very high. Well, misses on the minion, but he honestly pretty good minion options.
Well, Azurix, a card you just put in your deck anyway. Oh
Yeah.
my. Oh my.
Jeez.
This is getting real nasty.
Think he gets a third one?
I don't know. Goldshire Footman's not even looking that bad here, honestly.
I don't mind it. I mean, your opponent has a very likely Feral Rage Coin Hero power, potentially. Like,
It's one of the
they only run one
answers.
of those. That's one of the only answers, exactly.
Wow.
Now you take that Wrath, and suddenly you've got removal.
This Fandral may have won the game.
It's either Wrath or Starfall, I think, and I feel like Starfall is optimistic. Yeah.
Ready for action!
Goldshire Footman protecting Mr. President.
El Presidente. You know that Goldshire Footman guy on Twitter is just having a heyday right now. Emperor Thorson already checked by Rosty's hand. Oh my gosh.
I'm not sure you use both.
I don't think you do. I think you could just take the damage here from your hero power.
Yeah, protect the Goldshire.
I'd pay 5 life for a Goldshire right now.
I'd pay 5 life for a Goldshire a lot of the time. I'd pay 25 life if I could start the game with 5 Goldshire Footmen.
You just get lava burst.
Ready for action!
Now, you wouldn't pay that 25 life if your opponent could build their deck first.
No, I would.
Just play Paladin with Forbidden Rituals and Holy Lands.
Yeah.
Lots of buffs.
I just play Druid. Power of the Wild, those bad boys. Savage Roar them on 3.
Just turn 1 Power of the Wild. Turn 1 Innervate Power of the Wild, Savage Roar.
Is that lethal?
It's 10 plus 5 plus... Or it's 10
Right.
plus 12.
Well, this was one of the best draws in the deck. Focusing on this game. Does this bring him back?
I think it does.
Oh my gosh. Emperor Thorson, in combination with this, is suddenly carrying the game. I don't know if Goldshire Footman stacks up against this.
Oh my... That was the best draw in the deck.
What? He even has, like, good answers to follow it up. Is
That Living Roots won the game, I think.
Rosty just
the Fandral
dead now?
The Rosty was put at a huge advantage because of the Fandral.
Yeah,
Having Emperor Thorson and then drawing that Living Roots.
the difference is that Rosty's advantage was in hand size. Phone Tap used his entire hand to just throw a bunch of 2/2s on the board. Like, Phone Tap essentially drew the perfect answer. And now Rosty is literally just trying to ramp to Yogg. I mean, he's also ramping to Ancient of War in the process, which is nice, but he's going to need to Yogg, I think, to come back.
This is ridiculous. Phone Tap turns the game around with 1 draw. Rosty, no response to it. Ancient of War into Innervate Yogg can do it.
Oh, can it? I mean, the other thing he could do is go with his own Violet Teacher, but I don't know.
No, you can't. You have to have something to try to contest.
Yeah, he's probably taking too much damage here.
I mean, this is it. It has to be Innervate Yogg.
Yep, it literally does.
He's cast a Wrath. He's cast 2 Raven Idols. He's cast Innervate.
Casting another Innervate.
So it's only 4?
It's more than 4, right?
2 Raven Idols, Wrath, Innervate, another Innervate. No, he's only cast 1 Wrath. Where's he cast 2?
I think we're gonna find out.
Yeah, I don't know. Let's watch what happens. Rossi has no option. It's throw out the prayer hands as he does just now. Okay, fine. Here we go.
Job's done.
And this is it. There's not much you can do. It's up to Yogg-Saron at this point.
Well,
Bad start.
well,
Bad.
there's not many spells in the tanks, so it's...
Ooh. Those are reasonable hits. Uh-oh.
Is that the last one? Oh, no!
Well, he's not dead. Nah.
Wait.
Another chance for phone tap.
Yeah, you don't need to Fandral first, so... Alright, he's not dead. He's going to be dead, though, because there's nothing he can really do, right? Or,
He'd have to pick up some more stuff.
well,
I mean,
Cenarius
actually,
saved
yeah.
on board. Other than that is his only play now, so unless he wants to Wrath for 1 into second Ancient War if he runs it.
Given what you just saw, I think Cenarius is your best play.
So this is a 5-spell Yogg, by the way. It was the 2 Raven Idols, the 2 Innervates, and the Wrath. So yeah, I mean, you know Phone Tap doesn't have a damage point of damage in his hand. But
Hanging on by a thread.
yeah, I don't know if that thread's going to be good enough.
Phone tap's got a real decision in front of him, actually. Is it dig for lethal, or is it Ancient of War?
Well, I think it's Ancient War. I mean, you're in such a good spot that the only way you lose, I think, is getting reverse lethal to you by that Cenarius. Like, if you go Azure Drake Fandral and your opponent has 10 points of damage in their hand, which is a real thing. I mean, Feral Rage Swipe Roots gets him there. Now, is it likely he has those? No. But I think he should at least be a little wary here.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Can he live this turn? I think he can. Yeah, he can stay alive. Wrath for 1. Here's a swipe. Trade over, Wrath. Make a 3-2.
Yeah.
Does he make a 3-2 or does he hero power to play around Living Roots? If you make a 3-2, you have 8 damage on board.
He's dead. He's dead to Living Roots no matter what.
Oh yeah, because the hero power. Yeah, you just make a 3-2 here. I mean, the consideration is hold it for Violet Teacher.
No. I think you would 3-2 with the first one anyway, so...
Yeah. Phone tap. Needs damage.
Well,
Fandral Nourish is a lot worse when you're on 10 mana, but it's still pretty good.
well, you just Nourish first, I think.
I think, honestly, at this point, now Savage Roar's lethal. So you got to really think about what that Ancient of War is worth right now.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I like this better, I think. It's also just, you know, your opponent just used their whole suite of removal spells. What are they really going to do from here?
Once again, Rosti can stay alive.
Yeah, which just puts Phone Tap back in the same position, but with 1 more draw, so that's good for him. He leaves us 6-1 now, which is actually really nice. I'll leave him with a 4-6, a 6-1, and a 2-2, so that's 13 on the backswing. Or it's actually, yeah, 13 damage, so that's certainly the play here.
Yeah, but he has to hero power.
No. Didn't really have another option anyway, so should be fine by him.
Can Rosti come back in this game?
I'd be shocked if, like, Phone Tap's deck had so
there's
many
the
lethal
swipe.
outs.
There's the swipe. It would have had plenty of draws for it this turn, too. Phone Tap ties it to series. We're going to Game 7, boys.
Yep.
7 games between these two in the mirror match lineup. Now, Phone Tap's got Freeze Mage versus Yogg-Saron Druid. And this is an elimination match. I mean, I got to go with the Freeze Mage here. I have to take Phone Tap.
Yeah, I mean, I would tend to agree. I think we did see a Feral Rage in Rosti's build, so that can maybe stop kind of the burnout plan, but it's also just pretty hard to piece together a lethal push just against Freeze Mage with your Druid deck that's mostly based around tokens. Like, they've got Blizzard, they've got Frost Nova Doomsayer, which you don't have many answers to. They've got Flame Strike to clear out everything that your deck really produces. How are you piecing together the damage in the first place?
Yeah.
So it seems tough to me, but it's certainly, it's not out of the realm of possibility. I wouldn't consider this like Freeze versus Priest or Paladin or whatever, like old Paladin.
To me, the thing that's interesting is we haven't seen Soul of the Forest from either player. And against the control matchups, one of the ways that the Druid can try to ensure that damage is by creating those boards and innervating Soul of the Forest, so that if they kill the first wave, you have a second wave already on board ready to back that up. We haven't seen that from either player. And against Freeze Mage, that is like one of the only ways outside of explosive starts that I think that you're sticking a bunch of stuff to the board.
Yeah, now Raven Idol can always produce those sorts of situations, so that is a card to watch in this matchup, I feel like. And there's already one in Rosti's hand. He's going to keep it, and he picks up the other one. So the way this game goes, I think, depends a lot on the outcomes of these Raven Idols.
Yep. I think you use in turn 1 here, obviously. Takes the healing touch pretty instantaneously here. Does that surprise you at all?
I didn't quite get a look at his other options, but I mean, the fact that he's willing to go on that defensive plan so immediately does kind of surprise me. His hand doesn't really signify much aggression, so I suppose like he's looking at this and thinking, okay, I can mulch the Alexstrasza, I can heal up, hopefully I draw my Feral Rage, maybe this second Raven Idol gets me another heal, and maybe I can literally just outlast his deck. That is a potential win condition here.
Ooh, Emperor Thaurissan gets picked up too. Mire Keeper for mana for sure. Ramp is by far the most important thing, I think, against the Freeze Mage matchup. Is this going to prompt a Doomsayer?
The end is coming.
Looks like it.
Wow, and a Frostbolt.
Wow, I'm pretty surprised by that, because I think if you saw a swipe out of this Mire Keeper, you'd be pretty happy.
Yeah, like,
and this is going to just be nourish for cards here for Rosti. This was the best turn he could have, I think.
so your opponent ramps to 5. That signifies Nourish or it signifies Azure Drake. If it's going to be Azure Drake, yeah, the Doomsayer makes sense, but then you don't have to Frostbolt to deny that. And suddenly, I mean, the fact that Phone Tap just spent kind of a premium burn spell means to Rosti, like, wow, this survival plan might work really well.
Emperor Thaurissan for an 8-mana discount here. And we got the Fandral Raven Idol as well. And so, not that this is like a huge deal, but the Raven Idol can pick up Ancient Allure, Earthenring Farseer, Priestess of Elune. Like, every point of healing can really matter right now. He's actually going to go with the Raven Idol first. So he wants to discount the cards post Raven Idol.
So that means he's going to follow up with...
There's another Raven Idol.
Oh, jeez. Well, I don't... Is he going to innervate it out? I don't think he needs to, but... I guess innervate doesn't...
He has to pull a card out of his hand if he's going to Raven Idol again. Snap takes Keeper of the Grove.
Ooh, these aren't very good. I guess I don't know. Nourish?
For no one.
Starfall gives you an answer to your opponent's Emperor Thorson.
Yeah, I think I like the Starfall here. Just simply for that reason. Like, he doesn't. How many more cards does he really want to draw? He's got
Yeah.
Yogg-Saron on. He's already nourished for cards.
Yep.
He's out of Raven Idols at this point. Like, what else does he need to draw, really?
Feral Rage, potentially.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. I mean, digging for having it in a pinch. I mean, it's probably just a back pocket card at this point.
Yeah. I would agree with that. I think all of those were kind of mediocre enough that you can go with a situational one. How scared are you to just leave a Fandral on the board?
I'm pretty scared.
If you sink a Fireball into it, though, you're down so much damage at that point. These lists aren't really playing ways to deal recurring damage. There's no Antonidas from what we've seen most of the time. There's certainly haven't seen Malagos.
I don't know what to do. I'm so glad I'm not in Phone Tap's spot because
I think I favor just Thoris and say go. But he's certainly on the defensive, and I feel like Rossi's hand has him right where he wants him, because Phone Tap is afraid of getting blown out by Fandral things. Rossi's hand was out of things to do with Fandral. Phone Tap's afraid of dying. Rossi's hand is basically purely defensive. And so from here, I mean, now there's just another threat on the board. Like, I think Thorison is even more deadly than...
yes, it definitely is. I mean, Rossi's got 9 cards in hand. Thorison is massive here.
I gotta feel like that option to so desperately kill the Fandral is really gonna bite him, because now he really had no good option to kill the Emperor. And it's kind of just the same board state again.
Yeah, it's going to snowball.
Yep, so I'd assume this is swipe. Keep the mulch for the Alexstrasza, which is a card you otherwise cannot answer.
He's pushing damage now, too. I mean, Phone Tap's being attacked on 3 fronts right now. Card advantage, board, and from the longevity perspective.
And I mean, I don't see with the cards he has in his hand a real winning game plan.
What to do? What to do?
Yeah, I think Rossi's just kind of surmounted too much of a lead for Phone Tap to ever be able to realistically answer this. I mean, Fireball, the Emperor Thorson has done the damage at this point. His cards are massively discounted. Do you even need to kill the Emperor Thorson at this point? Phone Tap doesn't think he does, and honestly, I totally agree. The damage from Emperor Thorson has occurred already, and even Feral Rage gets picked up now. I don't think Phone Tap can win this game.
So, essentially, Feral Rage and Healing Touch just cancel out Alexstrasza entirely. So, looking at the rest of the damage in his deck, so there's a Frostbolt, 2 Ice Lances, that's 11, 17 from a Fireball. Pyroblast would be 27 if he had it. And then you add in Pings, which are canceled out by the Druid Hero Power. That's not 30. That's just not even enough damage in his deck, from what I can think is probably in his list.
Torches?
Torches, yeah.
It's a long time to get to that point.
Yeah, that is a... So I suppose Rossi can't indefinitely survive, but like you said, the other issue is just that there's pressure.
I mean,
And
Thorson's about to get a 4th activation.
I think from here, Phone Tap's only hope is he misclicks Yogg.
That's not a good hope. I mean, this is certainly what the Keeper of the Grove is for. Is this particular situation. I honestly would have liked to see Rossi take out the Novice Engineer last turn as well.
Phone Tap's also just out of draw in his hand. So to get to those torches that would add potentially 18 extra damage, and put him over the top to be able
Wow.
kill Rosti.
I'm
It's like,
really surprised he's not using the Keeper of the Grove here.
yeah, I don't understand that much.
The land serves me.
Knight of the Wild just cost nothing. Goes face again. 4th Emperor activation. I still would like to see that Novice Engineer
Okay.
going. Wow.
Where's the Flame Strike?
Maybe something for phone tap.
He's-
Maybe.
Yeah. I would tend to agree. That is maybe the start of something. But then you're just getting hammered again by a teacher reload. Just gonna start blocking with the mirror images. I like this. Hold on to the Frost Novas, much more useful. I wonder if it was worth flame striking though. That is one thing I would have considered is maybe you just stall that board with Frost Novas, start pinging things down.
I'm ready to learn.
Gosh, I just don't know if he has the time to draw all of the burn he needs to win.
Oh, here's the other thing to say. Rossi's drawn a lot of cards this game. Is there any potential for phone tap to kill all of his stuff?
No way. There is no potential that happens. He's down. Is he down both blizzards? Or just one? He's down the Flame Strike, which is like the premier kill your stuff spell. He's pinging face, which signifies he agrees there's no way he's ever killing everything. I mean, he's still cycling, it looks like.
I know. This is like, how many cards are left in each player's deck? I mean, that's a really interesting one right now.
There's 5 cards in Rosti's deck and 9 cards in Phone Tap's deck. And of course, the torches are going to add more to Phone Tap's deck, so
Does he have a second Flame Strike?
I would say no. But I suppose that is a potential way to kill everything.
Speak to me.
Acolyte is a very welcome draw. Ice Block number 2, not so much. One of the worst draws in the deck.
Yeah, he needs action right now. I mean, this has to be second Frost Nova here, I think.
Gosh.
There's just absolutely no way that Rosti does not have a way to pop your block.
Maybe he'll keep her to grow this. Maybe that was the thinking. Deny all the card draw resources. Oh, looks like no.
He's popping the block this
Is this
turn?
a, is this
No,
a
he
pop?
doesn't. He doesn't have the damage to pop.
Yeah, I was about to say that this isn't a pop. So here we go. This is where the Alex comes down, almost certainly, and then the bad news comes in from Rosti.
Yeah, I mean, this is his only chance to win, is to hope.
Well, he knows the Feral Rage is like 95% in the hand. But obviously the Healing Touch is going to be bad news.
Yeah, I think that seals it. Wow. Oh, you deal me 15, I'll gain 16.
17.
Yeah.
Jeez. Well, there's the pop. Alex Raz is cleared. There is no way Phone Tap can deal that 35 damage. Yogg's just going to have to sit on the sidelines this time.
Oh, Ice Block's first order business. Just Forgotten Torch.
I guess Fireball?
Got a Fireball.
It's the most efficient way to do it, but not even close.
There's no more freeze effects left.
No more blocks left. I mean, the only thing would be if he was playing a list similar to Frozen and he had Yogg, and then he could draw to the Yogg. Well, this certainly doesn't get you there. I'm curious why ping would be the play, but
I don't think it matters much. It may just be like
maybe
the give up. I'll tell you what,
I think if it was
Yogg would be a
Yogg.
win.
Well, if it was Yogg, we would have seen the intellect. Yeah, I mean, just more standard cards that quite simply won't get the job done.
Wow, what a long, grueling game. Rosti takes a 7-game set versus Phone Tap. I mean, I don't think at the end of the day that the Frostbolt that Phone Tap used ended up mattering here, but I will say that fireballing the Fandral, I think, snowballed the game out of control. And it's a read he ended up going with. The likelihood of Fandral getting more value was very high. But
Yeah,
the follow-up with Emperor Thaurissan, again, it just kind of lined up every way the way that Rosti wanted it to. He was out of Fandral cards when he played. He was out of Choose One effects when he played Fandral. Fandral gets answered. Emperor Thaurissan comes down. There's no answer to Emperor Thaurissan. That is usually the end of the game for the freeze mage combo defensive burst you out in one turn deck against a deck that's trying to put together lots of combos to stabilize the board and keep pressure up.
yeah, and I mean, doing a little bit of research, I suppose that if you look at the kind of the overall stats from the Data Reaper reports and things, in the average player game, Freeze Mage is apparently unfavored in this matchup. Now, I think when you go up to kind of a professional level where these guys are sequencing everything correctly and playing Freeze, I think a lot better. I think the matchup gets a lot better. I think it probably becomes Freeze favored, but Raven idling into that healing touch certainly put a spin on things, I think. It'd be interesting to see. I mean, he was at, what, 26?
23 and 9 armor at the end.
So he was at 35 after the big turn. So he would have been at 27 instead. Had there been no healing touch. 27 seems a lot more doable. You fireball him, that's 21. Ice Lances and Frostbolt, that puts him to 10. Healing Touch might have been the savior of that game, even with how well things went for Rosti. Might have come down to a Yogg at that point if he didn't have Healing Touch.
Yeah.
But
I am in total
great stuff.
I am in agreement with you. I think at the professional level, that Freeze Mage is definitely pulling a lot more weight here than the average report. I mean, Freeze Mage is a difficult deck to navigate, especially in matchups like that one that can get really grindy and force you to use resources in ways you're not necessarily comfortable with. Against that particular Druid, that is kind of the non-standard game. But Rosti going to move on, knocks up Phone Tap in this one, and we have 2 more matches coming up. We have our next match to decide who's moving on to the finals to face Phone Tap. It's going to be between Frozen and Prophecy. Big thanks to Geico for being the title sponsor for this event. If you guys insure anything at all with Geico, I promise you have a good chance to save some money with them. Head over to geico.onog.gg to get a free quote. You can sign up to enter the next feature tournament, which is happening on July 29th. You give yourself a chance to, the next open tournament, and maybe have a chance to win your way into the 5th and final feature tournament that's taking place. Which you can also do over at geico.onog.gg. And while you're there, you can also sign up to win a CyberPower Gamer Extreme 1000 PC. Big thanks to Video Game Voters Network also for helping sponsor this event here. VideoGameVoters.com is their website if you want to check it out. Lots of contests and giveaways hosted on their website, and thanks to Razer. So coming up, Prophecy versus Frozen. That match will be right after this. Don't go anywhere, guys. Welcome back to the One Nation of Gamers 2016 feature number 4 Hearthstone tournament, brought to you by Geico. If you insure anything at all with Geico, you need to take a look at what they have to offer, because you could definitely save some money with what you insure there. Head over to geico.onog.gg to get a free quote. There you can enter to also win a CyberPower Gamer Extreme 1000 PC over on the website. Also want to give a thanks to Video Game Voters Network, a network of gamers who are encouraging other gamers to get out there and vote in the 2016 election. They host contests, giveaways, all sorts of stuff. So make sure you head over to videogamevoters.com, check that out. To the CyberPower PC, of course, and for Razer for hopping on board. Chalky, we just saw Rossi take the match 4-3. He's in his second finals now in a tournament. This one he was invited to. Got second place, of course, at America's Spring Championships as well. This guy kind of came out of nowhere, it feels like, too. I was not familiar with Rossi prior to that championship, and I've been looking pretty good.
Yeah, kind of just the sort of story that the new HCT circuits kind of highlight, where these are guys that have been playing away, grinding points, getting top 100 finishes, maybe even better on ladder, and haven't really had a chance to get into the spotlight. So really big breakthrough for Rossi there. And like you said, this is his first invited tournament ever, so he's pretty happy to be here, and obviously he's taking advantage of that. Looks like he's been preparing a lot, playing his kind of playing those meta decks, but playing them really well, and great stuff from him. We'll see him later in the final, and we still have to determine who's going to go up against him there.
Yeah, Frozen and Prophecy is the next match we're going to be taking a look at. Frozen's got Druid, Shaman, Warlock, Warrior, and Mage. His Mage has been banned away. Prophecies bring Druid, Rogue, Shaman, Warlock, and Warrior. His Warrior's been banned away. So with the 5th deck being added in this Conquest format now, it's at best of 7. It was best of 5 in the first 2 days. The 5th one's been added in. Prophecy looks like he wants to ban that Freeze Mage deck to help alleviate the pressure off of his Zoo Warlock and off of his Rogue. And I think that Frozen is totally okay with that.
Yeah, I mean, when you bring in kind of the big meta decks and you have Freeze Mage in there too, I would think you're okay with your opponent banning out Freeze Mage, which I personally consider in Conquest to be usually the weakest out of those 5. But Frozen's 5th deck is actually Shaman. And I know you consider Shaman very strong. The community at large considers Shaman very strong and oppressive at times. But this was the 5th deck that he's adding just now for these best of 7. So maybe Frozen putting a little less emphasis on Shaman, thinks people are coming really prepared for it. We don't know if it's mid-Shaman. We don't know if it's aggro. For Prophecy's sake, I think Prophecy might be hoping that it's a mid-Shaman, and maybe his Rogue can find a little less pressure against that than an aggro Shaman build. But I mean, I have to think from a player like Frozen, we're probably just going to see the outright strongest build, which is aggro.
Yeah, now, that being said, he does like to play some of the more top-end heavy decks. His Freeze Mage had Archmage and Yogg-Saron in the build. I mean, Shaman with some hexes in there, that feels like a very Frozen deck to play.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. I mean, I think he's definitely a player that's willing to go all over the place. I mean, his Warrior build we saw was Patron the other day, so certainly some different builds. He's got that double Ancient of War Druid that he's going to start on for this match.
Yeah, we did see Prophecy's Shaman build was the mid-range version earlier in this tournament as well. And so Shaman versus Druid, this is kind of an interesting one, because normally the mid-range Shamans have what I would consider a pretty reasonable advantage over Druid builds. But since the Druid builds have kind of swapped over to these token sides, it seems a lot harder, because it puts so much more pressure on you to be able to answer everything. And while you have Lightning Storm, one of the major values you get in this matchup versus Druid is being able to just tempo them very hard. So Hex always is going to check the major threats, and then you just have big stuff of your own. I'm curious how that affects the dynamic of this matchup.
Yeah. Personally, I just think this matchup is pretty even. About as close to that 50-50 line as you can find. I think the double Ancient of War is probably going to put you at a little weaker spot, because it's so susceptible to the hexes. But, you know, it's all going to kind of come down to how the Druid draw pans out. Innervate's a huge one. Wild Growth is a huge one. And really what Prophecy will have in store for those openings however Frozen chooses to use this innervate.
Yeah, Frozen already faced with a pretty big decision here.
Yeah, he has no action to follow this up, but I still like innervating the 4-drop out, I think. It certainly threatens, and maybe it prompts a coin hex, which will open up that huge Ancient War turn later on. Especially if you choose to use Fandral as your 4-drop of choice, I feel like that almost always prompts the coin hex if it's available. Your opponent's just so scared that you could just go off the next turn with Raven Idol, with Wrath, with Power of the Wild. Like, it's a scary card to just leave up.
Yeah, I think this is going to draw the hex for sure. Like, imagine he doesn't hex this here, and then Frozen ends up just having Wrath and Raven Idol. Like,
yeah,
that could end the game.
Prophecy shuts it down, but at the end of the day, I mean, this might have been one of the panouts Frozen was okay with. Obviously, he definitely wanted to pick up a playable card off the top, but does not do that, and it's going to be kind of rough mid-turns getting to that Ancient War in the first place.
Yep. Now, this is a real decision for Prophecy, where you can Feral Spirit now and be strong on board. That will deny most of your plays on the following turn. Like, unless he picks something up, he would just be relegated to hero power. And so, considering what it means to get a Flame Wreath Faceless on board next turn, it means a lot. But that would relegate him to hero power this turn as well. So, either way, he's looking at hero power in one of the next 2 turns if he wants to play anything.
Yeah, exactly. And the hero power isn't the worst thing ever when you're staring at a thing from below in your hand. And I look at his curve now as Flame Wreath Faceless into Feral Spirit into Flame Wreath Faceless number 2, and then go from there. You gotta think out those overload turns in advance. And I feel like leaving up a Violet Teacher is one of the nightmare scenarios, but it's just something that you have to do. Just stick the 7/7 on 4. Druid doesn't have many answers, and go from there.
That's a good draw.
Yeah, he can just clean up the board if he wanted to. Leave around a couple 1/1s.
I am ready to learn.
Honestly, I think I like just making 1/1s here too.
I am ready to learn.
I'm just going to go with the cleanest board, leave Prophecy on 3 mana to deal with this, and roll into an Emperor Thaurissan turn.
Yep, second Hex gets picked up for Prophecy, but kind of looking at this, I guess he will have the Feral Spirits and the Fire Elemental answer the Emperor Thaurissan.
Wow. No, he won't.
Well, that's it. Yeah. Oh, you're right. He's going to be overloaded. Oh, goodness.
Yeah. So might end up having to hex an Emperor Thaurissan, which against a double Ancient War build is not what you're looking at.
Yeah. Wow. I think Frozen might. This is going to be a really rough road for Prophecy. We're looking at turn 8 Onyxia here, and this turn in front of him is already tough.
Yeah. I sort of do just like sticking a 7/7 here, knowing your opponent's build is so top heavy. I think you need that second hex, and you almost greenlight the Ancient Wars when you hex. You're not developing a strong board, and you're saying, well, my deck has 0 answers to your 5/10 taunts now. Go ahead.
Yeah, I will be curious to see how Prophecy does this. I mean, the other thing to consider, too, is Emperor Thaurissan's got 1 activation. There's only 3 cards in Frozen hand. How impactful is it right now?
Yeah, it's probably going to hit 3 cards again. 2 of them are going to be repeat activations. I mean, it's gonna get worse.
Honestly, I'm liking the mulch here.
Yeah, it's about as effective as the Ancient War, and it doesn't get you any development, but that is the best target you're probably going to find for mulch for a while.
Yeah, I'd like the attack here from Frozen as well. Threaten to use the hero power on it again next turn.
There's still no answer
Well,
for the Thaurissan.
yeah, I mean, he's overloaded for 2.
Oh, picks up a nice answer, and he even has a 4-drop from the mulch to play alongside it.
It's time for a lot of blood.
Yeah, nice looking turn there. I think this will prompt... Oh my.
Oh,
I think it's Ancient War still. The 5-mana Ancient War, hero power, the 2/1.
Yeah. I like that as well. Seems the strongest, don't want to play right into a Lightning Storm when your opponent has a spell power totem. You get to use your hero power, take out a 2/1.
Oh, it's still quite a long game we have in front of us. Prophecy's hand is kind of just stacked full of big stuff.
Yeah, I think my favorite play here is just Thunderbluff hero power. Maybe just say go. The Hex. The only issue I have with this is it stops all of your development. Yeah, it's your best Hex target in the deck, and I'm a little biased looking down knowing that there would be another one right after it. Oh, jeez.
This is getting real.
Now, Power of the Wild with Onyxia is really good, but it's still susceptible to the exact same thing it is without Power of the Wild against Shaman. Shaman doesn't play Whirlwind effects. They play a board clear that does 2. So, minimum.
He's going for the Force here. Wow. I mean, I'd love not Power of the Wilding this turn. I think that would be a disaster.
That's just basically going even more all in. You can always do it next turn. And that's got to be Drake into Storm, hopefully, for Prophecy's sake.
Yeah, here's the Drake. And no Storm gets picked up. Now he can't kill the Onyxia either.
Yep. Gotta be Thing from below. Kill off the Whelp you can.
Wow, huge turn.
Oh,
whoa,
geez.
wait a minute here. Power of the Wild, Savage Roar.
He
8,
can't...
9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. He's got 26 damage just with that.
So
I think it's Wild Growth first.
15.
I mean, he's going to get down the Ancient War here if he's Savage Roaring first.
He's got 27 from what I can count, because you can use your face instead of one of the Whelps on the taunt. So you would put you sink 7 damage. It's definitely inefficient into the Thing from below. So if he can pick up 2 points of damage, that's lethal.
Yeah, you're right.
It also makes the clear more efficient, so it's going to be a little overkill.
Yep.
Whoa.
Frozen.
Time waits for no one.
He's gonna do these first, and now if he Living Roots and puts his face with the hero power into the taunt, that is 31 damage on board. It should still be good enough, but it looks like he missed lethal.
Yeah.
And he overkilled a lot of stuff. Like, he even killed off that spell power totem, so doesn't even land lethal on board for the next turn.
Wow, that's a blunder. Now,
Sure.
that being said, I'm not sure it's going to actually affect the outcome of this game,
Yeah.
but that is definitely a blunder.
I wonder.
Yep. I mean, the token math can be kind of tough sometimes. You just gotta sit there and kind of think it out. Think it out in multiples. I mean, he had, 5 Whelps? They were each worth 4. That's 20 damage. Your Nixie is worth 11. So you got 31, and then 3 from your hero. That's 34, but he couldn't use it all efficiently. And then the Living Roots kind of solved that problem, but obviously not spotted there.
There is little time.
So, as far as Prophecy's options, I mean, Alakir looks pretty nice because it blocks the Onyxia attack. I wonder if he's going to trade it in twice or if he's going to be greedy. Yeah, just trades it in twice. Hoping that Frozen doesn't have much left. Unfortunately, he's got plenty.
Well, I mean, he is at 14, going to 12.
Yeah, that's not very healthy.
It could be a lot worse, though.
Storm is a nice draw.
That's a nice draw.
So if you overload yourself for 3, you can still go Thunder Bluff plus hero power next turn.
Yep, like to play.
High rolls on that. Solid for him. Innervate doesn't stay blank.
Mire Keeper's a lot. Well, it's not necessarily a blank anymore. That was a nice draw.
Yeah. Well, just going to enable the innervate. And it's a lot of heat on the board. I mean, it's lethal damage. I don't know what Prophecy can really pick up.
If he picks up a Lightning Storm and high rolls on the
Yeah.
Mire Keeper and on the Ancient of War,
Yeah, well, Spell Power Storm with all high rolls would be perfect, but nope.
yeah, that's it. Honestly, this was really close to almost stabilizing for Prophecy.
Yeah, cries of no justice can be heard, but just like you said, just honestly, just a blunder from Frozen, and maybe kind of waking him up to the possibility of, wow, I gotta play better in these next few games.
Yeah, I mean those missteps oftentimes can get punished, and this one it went unpunished. So fortunate for Frozen, but again, you cannot afford to make those mistakes. And we mentioned yesterday we saw a lot of tighter play in day 2 than we did in day 1. And
Yep.
I mean, he's gonna need to continue to keep that up. I mean, today starting off with, I mean, again, glad to get a win, but this game did not go the way that it should have gone. Missing that lethal is just inexcusable. It's literally just counting up the damage and then figuring out how to divide it. So does pick it up though. Druid deck tucked away. Prophecy still with his full lineup to work with, and I'm worried about that rogue. The Druid deck is now gone.
I mean, if we go back to day 1, Prophecy's rogue deck did go 2-0, but the 2 wins were against the same player's rogue deck, or same player's Druid deck. It was just against rogue, and not even like a very taunt heavy rogue, like a token rogue. A very favorable matchup, and that's out of the way now. So you're looking at Zoo, maybe even / slightly favorable. A warrior deck that, it's patron, that is not favorable for rogue, and an unknown shaman deck, which looks to be aggro from this opening hand.
Yep.
Prophecy's going to go ahead and go with the druid first. Not going to worry about getting a win with the rogue quite yet, but it is a worrisome task down the road for him.
Yeah. This is a Yogg Druid, if I recall correctly, and Druid of the Claws were found in here as well. It's a little bit more defensive than the typical style that we've been seeing. Which, again, is kind of just right up Prophecy's alley. It feels like all of his builds have and his play has represented some sort of defensive play on almost every stage of the way. That is not a good opening hand for Frozen.
It is quite literally like opposite hands for these players. Very powerful hand from Prophecy. Very weak hand from Frozen, but the only reprieve is really that a Lava Burst probably connects onto an Emperor Thoris in this game.
Wow. Your opponent just played nothing on turn 1 with the coin.
So right now, Prophecy might be thinking maybe it's mid Shaman, but it is not. It is a very, very bad hand aggro Shaman.
I don't know if I play the Fandral or the Emperor here. I kind of just like the Fandral, honestly.
They both die in roughly the same circumstance where your opponent just uses a 1-mana removal spell.
Honestly, I think the Fandral might be more threatening than the Emperor here.
Personally, I like the Emperor unless you're concerned about innervating something out.
Okay, yeah, this is where I'll draw my final conclusion on this. I think the Emperor is better because in the event that you draw another Living Roots or you draw Wrath or Raven Idol, Fandral becomes a lot better then. Is Emperor really getting any better at this point?
Right. And it makes perfect use of that innervate. The only pin out I see this being better in is you draw like a 7-drop or a 9-drop. Because I think he might still want to innervate out that Emperor next turn. Ooh, good pickup, though. The Wrath is interesting. I mean, obviously now thinking about iterating that out, but I feel like he'll probably hold on to it. He could cycle and trade out a 1/1. I feel like he needs the cards at this point. Moving forward.
Yeah, I agree with Cycle. Needs to have it done. Does get a Cenarius to discount now, so this actually might pan out a little bit better for him that he chose to go with the Fandral instead of the Emperor.
Yeah. I mean, the draws definitely panned out that way.
By the power of Ragnaros. Bink! This is 1 damage in. Frozen, he's working from way behind this game. He's had to sink a lot into stuff. Now, he's getting good value out of the Tunnel Trog here, but he's had to sink a lot into minions so far.
Yeah, it's going to be at a point where he's going to be a Rockbiter and 2 Lava Burst down, trying to burn Prophecy out, and that's not going to happen.
Curious to see if we're going to see Power of the Wild this turn or swipe. Honestly, I think I like to swipe roll into Cenarius, give my minions +2/+2.
Yeah.
You've seen Lava Burst, you can kind of cut out Lightning Storm from the build. This play is going to get punished. Well, not as heavily.
But still punished.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even really say it's punished, but yeah, he had the option to charge the Horse Rider, but then Cenarius just makes 2 Teutons. From Frozen's point of view, he's just hoping.
Yeah, I mean, there's not really much you can do about this. And there's already mulch. When things go awry with Aggro Shaman, the old double Lava Burst opening is typically the harder portion of your lose rate, I'd say.
No, that's fine. I loved double Lava Burst hands.
Thinking back to the RDU Mech Mage era. Double Lava Burst and the double Whirling Zap-O-Matic.
You got the job done with those. Look, he gets to take the Druid Hero power.
Perfect.
And then use it with Doomhammer.
Doomhammers. Perfect, 2 of them. Prophecy. Landslide game number 2 over to his side. Starting off with a good one, Frozen. Just, I hate, these are the only games I really hate to see is when a player just has a miserable opening hand, no real options, and there's nothing they can do about it. It's not even like a matchup thing in this one. It's just his deck is based around playing turn 1 and turn 2 plays and having those be catalysts to his turns 3, 4, and 5, and never had that option.
Yep. Some games you really don't have many decisions to make. I mean, not much to really touch on as far as mulligans there. It was just a full pitch from Frozen. Got completely unusable cards off that, and tried to do the best he could with a single Tunnel Trog. Just did not get there.
Yeah, ends up tying up the series now. Still Rogue to deal with. I'm going to mention it every single time that Rogue is still there. I am concerned that the Rogue will not get a win in this match.
Well, I think it definitely puts him at a small disadvantage overall, having that as opposed to another class. I mean, you just look at what each player's kind of 5th classes are. They've got 4 of the same classes. And then they have Rogue and Druid and Mage. Mage drew a ban, which is essentially like better than winning a game. It means that class was so powerful against your opponent's lineup, they just chose to give you the win with it besides anything else. Rogue did not. So off the bat, Rogue is certainly, I think, the weaker of the 2 picks, and on all other fronts, they're not necessarily equal because Prophecy has different builds than Frozen. Like, there's Patron Warrior versus Dragon Warrior. There's, the Mid Shaman versus Aggro Shaman. But overall, besides the Mage and the Rogue, it's close to a mirror match of classes.
Yep. Look at that Patron Warrior versus Zoo. And this is sort of a classic one we've seen.
Yeah. I mean, Patron Warrior is traditionally quite favored in this matchup, but this is a weird hand.
Yes.
You're certainly not thrilled about Blooddick or Execute, but when you pick up the second Execute, it's sort of something you're having to do. There's not much way to go about it besides just using the cards given to you.
Yeah, this is a bad spot. I mean, I already drew the 8-drop, do 2 Executes in this matchup, and a matchup that probably some of the least value you can get is against Zoo. Opponent led with Flame Imp instead of Argent Squire for your Bloodtaker. Didn't draw Fiery War Axe.
I wonder.
It's, again, kind of just a bad hand for Frozen.
Yeah. I mean, he's got the Patron if he can ever make that live somehow. But I feel like a huge thing, if he could pick it up, would obviously just be Fiery War Axe. Besides that, I mean, Acolyte could let him draw into things. A lot of other draws aren't too good in this deck, though. Well,
Yeah.
looks like the second Execute target to me.
No, that's just a 1/5.
It's an Amgam Rager. I'd execute an Amgam Rager.
Not me.
What if they buff it?
Ooh.
Darkshire Councilman buffs himself!
Whoa! You gotta kill that thing!
Logic. Now, the only real question for Frozen here is if he also throws down the Wild Pyromancer afterward. Just as kind of a Bloodfin Raptor.
Yeah, you definitely don't do it before, that's for sure. I think you have to. Like, you need something on board to fight. You have to get to Grim Patron, period.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, as long as he keeps board parity going into a Patron turn and then he has Grom to follow up, it's not the worst thing ever. Now your opponent feels really bad about playing things with 1 health, which Prophecy happens to have none of, but we kind of saw this standoff the other day where I think... I forget who it was, but they were very afraid to play Forbidden Ritual into a Wild Pyro. Even though there were no spells in the Warrior player's hand, it's just kind of like a threat.
Yep. Whoa, great draw with that Frothing Berserker.
Yeah.
Frozen has drawn really well this game.
And Prophecy has nothing to say about it.
I mean, here's the deal. Frozen made good use of the resources he had.
Mm-hmm.
Props to him for that. Suddenly he finds himself in what I would almost consider favorable. But it's probably closer to even.
Well, yeah, it really depends on the next draws still. Patron is a deck that doesn't work very well when you don't have a lot of cards. Whirlwind's going to be a really great card to have, but I wonder if there's a world where he slams a Patron here. I really doubt it.
No, it's dying to Abusive Sergeant. It's dying to
Yeah, and then
Current Dwarf.
you just set up like the perfect Patron Whirlwind turn, ideally. So,
Oh!
well,
That's an ugly draw.
yep.
This is
No way you're playing Doomguard here. So, looks like power and make some 1/1s.
And that's...
You could just
bad
make the
constructs.
1/1s, but that is certainly a scary prospect.
Wow.
The reason this works, and it's going to get punished really badly, but the reason it works is that you've got the power overwhelming in Doomguard to use your mana the next turn efficiently. But it's just going to let Frozen push 9 extra points of damage.
It just happens to play into exactly what Frozen has.
Yes.
Is really what the problem is. I mean, the only draw that would have been better here than the Acolyte of Pain is like... the only draw that would have been better than anything here is Inner Rage. Yeah, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
not better than Acolyte of Pain. There's a lot of draws better than Acolyte of Pain at this point, but... Interrage would have been just the absolute lights out nightmare draw. And honestly, I think Prophecy has to Doomguard.
Yeah.
There goes the other. Now, bright side, both executes are gone. But Core currently gets drawn.
Oh, yeah, this pretty much locks up the game here for Frozen. Really showing why this match was so favored, even when you don't draw Fiery War Axe, even when you have awkward answers early on. Like, if you can just get to that Patron turn, I mean, it just shuts off a lot of the Zoo deck.
It's going face. I like it.
Well, it's going to put him on a, taunt or die.
Wow, that was a good play.
I think it was all but locked up anyway, but...
Still a good play. I think I would have panic traded.
I don't think it's really a panic trade. Like, you've got cards coming in from Acolyte, you've got a huge value 8-drop coming down. I don't know. I think in a fantasy world where you can make up whatever cards you want that your opponent has, it's actually just better to trade, but... both lines are like near 100% success rates is all I'm saying. But
yeah, I'll agree with you on that one. Frozen takes game 2. Ugly opener, but very nice pan out for him. That Frothing Berserker was a really big draw for him on turn 4. Being able to make both trades and then connect for 9, and then also picks up the Whirlwind for the Grim Patron. Just what a pan out for him. Prophecy, meanwhile, ends up drawing both Doomguards. And no way to stabilize his board position whatsoever. Just another rough draw for him. So, Warrior's out of the way now. And honestly, I'm thinking if there's one spot where the Rogue might have been stronger, I honestly just forgot it was Patron Warrior. I think it might have been Patron.
Rogue is really bad against Patron.
Is it really that bad?
What do you do against Patrons?
I think you just got to hope they don't draw that. And I think you can beat the rest of the shell.
Well, I mean... I don't know. The matchup's not pretty compared to the other warrior builds, I'd say.
Is it better versus the Shaman or the Zoo? I don't think so.
Zoo is probably the best place to squeeze in a win. I won't say the only. Obviously, any deck can pick up a win against anything. Sure. But the highest percentage here would be Rogue versus Warlock.
Yep, it's going to see a Zoo mirror first. And Prophecy is going first and has an Abusive Sergeant, but nothing to couple it with yet. So that Councilman and that Knife Juggler are definitely going back.
Yep. Frozen has kind of the ideal situation here for if you're going to go second. He's got both kind of 1-drop pan-outs, so if your opponent goes Abusive, you just play a 1/1. If they go Voidwalker, you play the Flame Imp, and so on and so forth. And you can coin out the Imp Gang boss right afterward, which is, again, a really great way to get you in the game. Well, this is really ugly. Prophecy essentially had no play. I would have liked to see him just throw out the Abusive, but really nothing going.
If this is what he kept, I do not like this keep at all.
Yeah, I was gonna bring that up. It seemed like what he capped. Like there was a very significant delay, and then it looked like he kept those 3 cards. And if you're gonna keep those 3 and then not play anything on 1, I don't get it at all. I just don't understand.
Yeah, this is gonna get trounced.
Yeah. It looked like a 3 keep off the mulligan. I don't know. And if that was the case, I mean, and then you're also just not going to lead with the Abusive, I fully don't understand what the plan really was.
I think this is just a mistake. Like, sure, you have a good curve, but you're playing the Zoo mirror. The whole purpose is to fight for the board.
The only thing I can think of is like maybe he didn't realize Frozen was Zoo, because Frozen got #1 with Reno Lock last month. He's been playing a lot of Reno Lock. But like if you know, if you just tune into the broadcast yesterday, scout out your competition, you easily see Frozen's been jamming Zoo.
Yeah.
And that's my explanation for this.
This game's over.
There's really not much more to talk about. Yeah, Frozen has attacker's advantage because Prophecy went first, which is a huge advantage. And then because he mulliganed nothing and then chose not even to play the weak 1-drop and Abusive Sergeant, he's thrown away his attacker's advantage to Frozen, who also had the coin, so he got the Imp Gang boss on board first, which is a huge deal. The Imp Gang boss has already made 1 Imp. It's going to make another this turn. It's just going to keep doing that. Frozen's going to be ahead on board for the rest of this game, and Zoo has nothing to do about that.
Yeah, and this is just going to continue to compound. The question here is, where do I put my Imp Gang boss? Yeah, it's over. I don't see any way Prophecy's coming back.
I mean, when your question is positioning rather than like winning, that's kind of when you know it's over. Doomguard's gonna discard 2 this turn, just to like make a weak trade, and then it's just gonna get power overwhelming off. I mean,
Oh my.
well, yeah. Now you probably just go Argent Squire Sea Giant.
Well, I think you just power overwhelming still. Power overwhelming, just life tap, power overwhelming. Argent Squire, play the Sea Giant next turn. You can't. It doesn't matter what he does. He's not losing this game at this point.
Yeah, just gets the Sea Giant online while he still can. He can trade out. I don't really see a reason to, but again, like you just said,
Doesn't matter what he does.
when you're in this spot as Zoo, it's interesting because when you're at such a high life total, like just try and think of a way you lose. Like, what is it? There's nothing. There's absolutely nothing.
Jockey, he could close his eyes and click buttons and probably win this game.
You say that a lot, but I honestly think it's true this time. Like, what's the worst you could do? Click your 1/1 and like drag it into the Voidwalker, and then drag another 1/1 into the Voidwalker, and then drag the 8/4 into the Voidwalker. That's still not even that awful.
It's really not that awful when he picks a Dark Iron Dwarf.
All right, well, yeah, this series is going to be 3-1 in Frozen's favor. Still needs to pick up a win with Aggro Shaman, and I mean, looking at the targets he's going to have to hit, he's going to have to pick up a win against either Rogue, Zoo, or Mid Shaman.
And I think one of those is very favorable, which is the Rogue one. Now, the Mid Shaman one I think is interesting because I feel like a lot of times, because you're contesting with similar styled cards, that you can still end up checking the early game and then scaling harder than they do, which picks up wins a lot of times. But versus the Zoo, I'm definitely going to say the Zoo's favored in the Aggro Shaman matchup.
Yeah.
And the Mid Shaman one I think is kind of a throw up to how well Prophecy can check the early game on that one.
Yeah, just the fact that Frozen's going to have 3 chances puts him at a huge advantage. Like, regardless of how the matchups stand, he could be unfavored in all 3 and still be in a great spot to win this matchup. And
Yeah.
I mean, this is kind of just why I really favored Frozen's position at the start of the day in this bracket. I think not only does his lineup stand a good chance, it's kind of funny because he made the first real blunder of the day with a Miss Lethal, but overall, I mean, he definitely shows his skill throughout tournaments. He has the lineup advantage here, and quite frankly, in that last match, you can look at Miss Lethals and say, yeah, this was horrible, whatever. I think, like, Miss Mulliganing that poorly as that last matchup Prophecy did might as well be a Miss Lethal.
I think it's I think it's worse than
a chance. I think percentage-wise, it is literally worse because you are essentially like at an even chance to win the game at the start of the game. Like, no one has an advantage yet. Maybe they have a small advantage because your hand sucks. But, like, then you have to pitch away your hand. You have to go for your percentage. When you're ahead enough to have a lethal opportunity, you're usually in a good spot. And I mean, missing lethal is usually a case of just like, a brain fart, essentially. You're just like not thinking. Mulliganing is a phase that you really need to think about the pan out of the game, how you're going to win, what you need to do, and honestly, Prophecy really mismanaged that last game.
Yep. It's redemption time for Prophecy. Needs to get 3 straight wins to win the series. Frozen's opening with a wealth of good options here, and Prophecy's got Coin, 2 Deadly Poisons, and SI7 Agent. Is this enough to stave off the Shaman early game?
Right now, no. I think it's about a backstab away from maybe being enough. But the Trog's going to go unchecked for a turn.
Wow.
The Squires pair really well with these buffs. He's going to have to coin Deadly Poison, which means no activation for the SI agent on turn 3.
He doesn't even have a good target for it on this board yet.
Yeah, I mean, I'd really like to see Frozen go with the Squire, I think. I don't see much reason to give your opponent a great dagger target or an SI target.
The light protects me.
Probably just thinking about positioning there for the Flame Tongue.
Yep.
Seal is no help. So I think this starts with Coin Deadly Poison.
The Deadly Poison also does discourage the Flame Tongue Totem a bit.
Yeah, it certainly does. To the point where Frozen won't play it just onto the board. But one thing you have to worry about is as the damage piles up, there's really not much that Rogue can do to stop it from piling up. There's no taunts. I don't think we've seen an Earthen Ring Farseer in this build. We've only seen a couple games of it, but Miracle Rogue gets pretty deep in their deck. And I don't think Earthen Ring Farseer is going to be something that gets played around.
That's a pretty serious draw, too.
Now, positioning-wise here,
Get in there and fight, maggot.
Yep.
I think it's really interesting.
I like that.
Well, Phantom Knights helps out a lot.
Still missing quite a bit here, though. I mean,
Yeah, he's
chewing
just taking damage. Like,
yeah. I mean, that's not the place. That's not how you want to use that dagger, but it did its job by clearing the Tunnel Trog.
looks like a pretty easy Flame Tongue Totem turn to me.
Yep.
And even if he clears up this board, I think Frozen has the exact cards he needs to just kill Prophecy no matter what.
Yeah.
Doomhammer is going to connect. There's no weapon removal. There's no taunts. This is a race, and Prophecy is, starting 2 laps behind.
I wonder if that questing adventurer could ever change this. I mean, the damage is getting stunted by a bit. Like, he has a few turns to try to put something together here. But it's got to be perfect after this. So, drops to 15.
Yep. There's 4 for sure
There's-
swinging in next turn. So,
Backstab's not bad.
backstab is very good, actually.
I think he's got to go for the questing adventure this turn.
I think you gotta, questing backstab of his face.
I think you can even conceal it. Like, this is your one opportunity to get it going.
West.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You can't conceal it if you're eviscerating. But yeah, I mean, I think
Well,
conceal.
yeah, it's either conceal or eviscerate.
Yeah, he's going with conceal. I like the play. Maybe a glimmer of hope here. Drops to 9. I mean, it has to be.
Has to be now.
No, yeah. I mean, there's no way. He'd have to draw multiple cards next turn to be able to do this, and it's not happening.
Like, he's looking at it from the point of view of if there's only this Doomhammer damage, and we're looking at it from the point of view of there's a Lava Burst. And also, right now, you at least have to clear the Tuskar Totemic, which means you go questing SI, and that'll just leave him dead to 1 point of damage.
That's the only play, though. I mean, well fought from Prophecy. I mean, I think he had to go for questing this turn, but the Zoo game was a major mistake. It cost him an incredibly large percent chance to win that game. He found himself in the worst matchup for the Rogue build, and it's over.
Yeah.
Be a quest.
Well, this is definitely sort of an illustration of how Rogue Series can go. If you get trapped into that bad matchup, I mean, it's the same odds to hit it no matter if you queue it first or last, but when you're bringing Rogue into this metagame, you better be prepared to fight as many aggro shamans as you are prepared to fight your good matchups.
Yeah. 4-1 for Frozen, advancing to the final. He'll take on his opponent in this one. Rosti is our other opponent in the finals. Second finals appearance for him in 2 tournaments, and he said this is his first invite tournament. But now Frozen, once again, finds himself in a really good position to win a tournament. And he's been consistently performing for a long time now. I mean, he's mostly been a ladder warrior, but I feel like every single time I watch him, or rather follow him and through some sort of bracket, he's doing really well in the bracket. And this is the kind of situations you'll see those players in. Players who perform consistently well eventually find themselves in grand finals.
Yep. And for both of these guys, I mean, land qualification's nothing new to them, but qualifying for another $25,000 land finals at PAX Prime is going to be just another great thing to add to their resume. It's essentially another top 8, at least, at PAX Prime to add to that increasingly growing resume. For Rosti, it's just the start. For Frozen, honestly, it's sort of the start, too. I feel like he really broke out this year. He was around playing last year, but this year, DreamHack after DreamHack, and I think he's actually moving into, he's in a tie right now for first place in HCT points if you retroactively kind of update them. He and Muzzy are up there in the standings, so really proving the case for himself as like a huge breakout year of just results, and he'll take anything else to add to that.
Yeah, I mean, that's the situation you find yourself in. You got to grind, you got to play well, you got to draw well, and that's the winning combination. And so 4-1 for him. He was both of our picks to win. Well, he's going to have to take on Rosti first if he's going to do it. Rosti not looking to follow the Chalky footsteps, as you did for many years. Wants those wins.
I got there. He can follow the Chalky footsteps.
As he did.
Hey, he got second. Now he's looking to break his curse, curse of getting that $15,000 check.
He wants to pole vault right to that first place. And he has one match to do it in our next series that's coming up. Big thanks to Geico for being the title sponsor for this event. If you insure anything with Geico, I promise you have a chance to save money with them. Head over to geico.onog.gg, where there you can get a free quote. You can also sign up to win a CyberPower Gamer Extreme 1000 PC. And while you're there, you can also enter in the next Open that's taking place in the One Nation of Gamers circuit. July 29th is the date for that next Open. There's 2 Opens left, and if you win one of those Opens, you qualify for the feature event, the 5th and final one that will be coming up, just like the one here, with a $6,000 prize pool. The Opens also have a $1,000 prize pool in them. So if you're a U.S. resident and you're 18 years or older, that's the place to get started playing tournaments. Also, thanks to Video Game Voters Network, encouraging gamers to get out there and vote in the 2016 election, hosting contests and giveaways as well. You can head over to videogamevoters.com to check it out, to CyberPower PC and to Razer for hopping on board. One final match to crown ourselves a champion and find out who's getting another slot at that PAX Prime final. Don't go anywhere, guys. That match is coming up right after this. Welcome back to the One Nation of Gamers 2016 feature number 4. And these two Hearthstone players have found themselves in the finals of this event, looking to secure their spot at that PAX Prime final. I am Nathan, that's Admirable Zamora, joined by Keaton, Chalky Gill. Now, starting off today, Frozen came with a big miss lethal. Didn't impact his game. But since then, I feel like he's tightened up his play a lot. I feel like he realized he missed it and started focusing a lot harder. Rosti, the entire time, has been playing fantastic. His second place in the America's Championship for Springs, kind of watching him there, a little bit of play that I would have played differently, but overall a very tight player in his own right here. We both picked Frozen to win this one because of his first round advantage that he had over Prophecy's lineup. Does anything change now coming into this one where there is a mirror match in terms of class lineup and both of them have banned Warrior?
Yeah, like you said, it's just a complete mirror match. The only difference, I think, is I believe Rosti, I think his Warrior got banned like
Both
every
Warriors,
series so
Yeah.
far. Oh, right. The only difference was their Warrior decks. Frozen
And the
had
choice cards and freeze.
Frozen had Patron. Rosti had their freeze mage decks are a little different. Rosti had Dragon Warrior. Their Druid decks looked very similar. Their Zoo decks very similar. Shaman decks very similar. We haven't seen really any tech cards this weekend out of the Shaman builds. I mean, I kept talking about the Storm tech that we've seen kind of take over the metagame over at DreamHack Valencia in some recent online events. Maybe more of a European thing, I'm not sure, but no players really teching out their Shaman. It seems to be that standard thing from below Tuskar build. And really, like you said, the only difference to touch on is Frozen's kind of got that wackier Freeze Mage build. He's got Archmage Antonidas in there, which obviously you're thinking, like, well, that's not wacky. He has Yogg-Saron in his build. And we have not seen it cast. So I feel like in Freeze Mage does a great job of getting to the Yogg turn, but they can't cast as many spells as Druid can. And when they get it off, it's usually not something you want to do. Like, I don't know. I've tested it before. The jury's out on it. I'm not a huge fan of it. Obviously, Frozen has a reason to think it's playable, but yeah, it's complete mirror match for these guys. 4 same classes, 4 same builds. I would say close to like 28 out of 30 cards.
Yeah.
Well,
same
even the builds are very, very similar for these guys. And so, really, again, it's going to come down to, I think, matchup knowledge, which both of these guys should probably have. Like, these aren't obscure matchups at all. I think it'll come down to like what matchups they get into and how they sequence it out. And looks like we're starting with Zoomier, which is something we've seen a lot this weekend and something we've seen played perfectly, and on the flip side, completely mismanaged.
Yeah. I definitely agree with your matchup knowledge comment. I think both of these guys have not only acquired that knowledge, but I think they both have exercised it at some point in this tournament as well. Just really understanding their roles in the game and how it pans out. Pretty good openers for both players. No Dark Shard Councilman stranded in hand.
Yep. So off the bat, the fact that Frozen got to go first is a small advantage. I mean, just the attacker's advantage is going to let him kind of dictate the trades in these early turns. There is no coin Imp Gang boss for Rosti, which is a big reason that the coin can sometimes be good for that first Imp Gang boss advantage. So instead, he's just going to use it to start ramping out some extra minions. The Argent Square doesn't really challenge anything right now, but getting it on the board now kind of denies certain plays from your opponent, and it threatens to have Direwolf Alpha and to have Abusive Sergeant.
Yeah, those definitely are some bigger turns to be concerned with. Dark Peddler brings some interesting options to light here. The Tentacle and Azoth.
Yeah, I feel like Coil is quite often the pick in this circumstance. It's also just kind of a card your opponent's usually not accounting for. Direwolf Alpha is a huge pickup, though, for Rosti.
Yep. Allows him to play straight on curve.
Yep.
get value out of this Divine Shield, and suddenly he's got the board.
Put himself in a spot to draw that in the first place, so props to him for that, and looks like triple one turn from Frozen this turn.
Yep. Much better than the Dark Shadow Councilman in this spot for sure. Sea Giant gets picked up. And so looking at potentially maybe the first way to actually crack the game wide open.
Yeah, Sea Giant's been that card that we've seen be the real MVP in the mirror match.
Yeah, I mean, if he had Forbidden Ritual this turn, it would have been lights out, I think. Because that
Well,
Sea Giant would hit the board.
No, it wouldn't have.
You don't think so?
That'd only be 5 minions. Or no, that would be 6, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, that would have been lights out.
Wow, this is a weird turn for Frozen. Honestly, I like the Dark Iron Dwarf. You can
Would you throw
isolate.
it?
I throw it in the Dark Peddler here because you can
Yeah.
isolate the Direwolf Alpha right now.
That's what I was thinking. Because you really don't want to give your opponent that free trade into a 1-1.
Yeah, that feels really bad. I mean, this whole matchup is like a back and forth dance of fighting for the board.
Yeah, and this only really gets punished by an attack buff for 2, not just for 1. So plays around Defender well, plays around Direwolf well. Plays around Abusive well, honestly, too, by leaving the 1-1. The only real interference you run into is Dark Iron Dwarf of your opponent's. Rossi looked to be eyeing this Defender Vargas just to buff his Direwolf up and then probably a trade into the Argent Squire.
Yeah.
That would leave him with a 3-1, which would easily get run over by the Dark Iron Dwarf. But then I guess he's going to go with the Knife Juggler Forbidden Ritual the next turn and try and knife it down.
I really like this, actually. I think this is a really strong play. Not only this, but it leaves him with the 2-3 on board as well.
Ooh. Frozen might be tempted by that Dark Ritual, or Forbidden Ritual, rather.
That's the only card I ever hear you call it wrong, is that one. Every
Yeah.
other card you get perfectly, and that one you say Dark Ritual a lot.
Yeah, why do I say Dark Ritual?
I don't know. I really don't. Because it's dark. It's a warlock.
Like that's from something.
So it's a magic.
I know there's a Magic card called Dark
Yeah.
Ritual, but like,
We don't play it anymore.
yeah, I never played Magic though, so why do I
Yeah.
call it that?
I don't know.
I really don't.
I guess the dark power of Gul'dan versus Gul'dan.
It's corrupting me.
So it's
Gosh.
Dark Peddler.
Now I'm just angry. Oh well.
Well, I can tell you who might be angry after this turn. Frozen. Perfect Juggles. I don't know. Perfect Juggles could land here for sure.
I would enable the Sea Giant though, right? Now, the awkward thing about the 6 tentacle thing is you can't do the forbidden. If you can ever get off Forbidden Ritual into Sea Giant, you are just golden. Like,
Yeah, Rossi wants to make sure he clears off that Dark Iron Dwarf. And so giving him a higher chance to do that. He's actually going to go with Direwolf Alpha here.
yeah. So it's not a guarantee. It's just slightly above 50%, and he missed.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
And the Sea Giant can come out. Okay,
Yeah, I don't-
so hold on. If you ritual for the
Trade.
tentacles and then trade, you've got nope, it won't work. It'll cost 1.
This doesn't work. It's just I don't know if you even want to play for Forbidden Ritual here.
Well, if you could, I think you would, but if you can't, then no.
Yeah, he's counting it up right now. Don't do it.
If he does it, that's a mistake. Like,
I do like Possess Villager into Sea Giant. But honestly, I think I'm life tapping first. Because I don't see a reason to have the Abuse Sergeant down right now. I mean, I guess it's good. It's contesting board.
well, you could tap first and roll from there with your decision.
So the question here is, does he want a Forbidden Ritual for a couple guys? Does he want the Abuse Sergeant down? Does he want to tap first? Or does he want to tap it all, rather? Like, there's a
I'm okay
lot
with
of
the
ways to
ritual.
go.
I'm okay with just not going with the abusive, but also going with the ritual. I think I kind of like that the best.
Yep, trade here. Obviously run over the Knife Juggler. It'd be insane not to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like this play.
Me too. I think the 1-1s, a lot of players are greedy and they think, but this is worth 7 1-1s later on. Well, Knife Juggler number 2 is a great pickup.
Yeah, it's that's a beating.
That is the play. Now, he's thinking about whether he should trade first, try and pick off the 1 health things.
I think you trade first.
I definitely think you do. That's the best trade on board for you. Yeah. He's gonna agree, and I don't see anything here other than Juggler Ritual.
Did Councilman just be a throwaway at this point? I mean, maybe he does want to absorb the 8 damage from the Councilman, but that makes the Forbidden Ritual not playable this turn.
Put this
Yeah.
in your head.
I don't. Yeah, there's no reason to trade your wolf in first. Aw, Knife Juggler.
Still not a bad result. We'll lose his Direwolf Alpha in the meantime here, but honestly, Sea Giant may be actually committed to attacking this Knife Juggler.
I think it is. I mean, pick your poison and which one you attack, but
Yeah, I mean, as long as the Direwolf, as long as only 2 damage goes on the Sea Giant, that's all that matters.
yeah.
Yeah, this is a strong looking board state. I think I like this.
Well, right now your abusive is dead to board anyway. So I suppose the thinking is if one's dead to board, you should stick the other one that isn't dead to board.
Those draws are not looking good. I don't know about that one.
Jeez, and yeah, you can't clear out the Sea Giant still.
It's a rough road from here.
Mm-hmm.
3 power versus 8 power.
And I feel like an Argus is going to be the first indication for Frozen to start swinging for the fences. Well, bad draws in a row.
I don't know. I think killing the Sim King boss is a lot of merit here.
Yes, I think if you pick up Argus, you go face. But with this draw, leaving up that M King boss is pretty sketchy. Now, I want to mention that we did see earlier Rosty's build had Leroy in the mulligan. So, gonna be tough for him to really come back with something like Doomguard, whereas Frozen can do that.
That Voidwalker is MVP right now. It's the Sea Giant, let's be real, but
This Councilman is not doing work. Yeah, it's one of the worst cards in the mirror, honestly. So he wants to make sure he can get through that. Oh, jeez.
that Sea Giant's protected forever.
You know, with both jugglers gone, yeah, like you said, it's just protected forever. I mean, there's a lot of ways to sequence this, but there's essentially no way for Rossi to climb back on board with both jugglers gone. Like,
Yeah.
Juggler tap Ritual would be a way, and he's already done that this game.
Yep. Can try to put up this wall of taunts, but there's just too much, I think, on Frozen's side. Sea Giant just has a wonderful tray. Oh my gosh.
What up?
Wow. It's your boy, Sea Giant. Whoa.
I mean, you know I'm a huge fan of Sea Giant.
Yes. I did. Man, honestly, I'm starting to get convinced by the 2 Sea Giants here. I mean, this is backbreaking.
If there's a matchup for it, it's certainly the Zoomir. I mean, you saw how good one was. The second one wasn't even needed, and having 2 of them just increases the frequency at which you're gonna pick up that first one and get so far ahead off of it. And that was even kind of a close matchup because of the second Juggler and the Ritual from Rosty, but that is certainly a big win to pick up for Frozen, I would say. With Freeze Mage on the board for your opponent, getting the Zoo win locked up is gonna be really nice for you.
Yeah, especially in the mirror match where now your opponent's Zoo is still there and you have Freeze Mage.
Mm-hmm.
That's another big difference. He also has Shaman to go along with it. I mean, that honestly might have been the most important game of the series so far. And when I say, I don't
So
mean
far.
like, ignore the so far. It might be the most important game of the series. Like, obviously, it's going to come down to clutch games and stuff, but winning that one, I feel like gives Frozen such a bigger advantage than, like, say, had he won with the Druid.
I don't know. I think Druid is actually the weakest deck for both players. I think Zoo is arguably the strongest. It's got two favorables, an unfavorable, and an even matchup. You look at Druid. Druid's going to have Freeze Mage, which we're going to call unfavorable, Shaman, which is unfavorable, and Zoo, which is unfavorable, and then Druid, which is even. So I think the first player to lock up Druid, unless they're down 3-1, is going to be at a huge advantage.
I'm too biased to agree with your opinion here. I think Druid is pretty even versus Shaman and Zoo myself.
I mean, yeah. It's definitely Druid is a deck where when you say the word unfavorable, what you mean is, well, they still have Innervate and Wild Growth and Nut Draws and Fandral.
That's exactly why I love Druid.
Their unfavorables don't really go very low. They don't really go below 40, I would say. What matchup does Druid really have an awful matchup against? They're just slightly bad,
Yeah. Like Face Hunter.
That one's pretty good now, I'd say. Face Hunter sucks.
I still think it's good versus Druid. They don't have that Ancient Lore, man.
You got Ancient of War.
I'm okay with that. We're burning them out.
All right.
Shaman versus Zoo is the matchup. Voidwalker. It's a reasonable turn 1. No buff in hand for Rossi. And Frozen with this turn 1 Finley into Tuskar Totemic possibility. We're looking at some potential for Frozen to get a massive advantage early on.
All right, big choice here. I mean, Life Tap is the obvious kind of this one's super good. Shapeshift also becomes really good with the Doomhammer, just to cleanly answer things. I would say Shapeshift's certainly better than Fire Blast.
So we have a spectator client issue where we cannot see the on our end. We can't see the spectates, but we did hear Fire Blast, Life Tap, and Shapeshift. It actually goes with Fire Blast.
It goes with Fire Blast. That honestly surprises me.
Put this apple on your head.
This is a more versatile hero power where even when you have the Doomhammer equipped, now you can spread out your damage better. You don't have to do 2 swings of 3. You can go 2-2-1. And it also just makes some things awkward for Rusty. Suddenly now there's just this external source of 1 damage you always have to play around.
Man, I don't know what Frozen's best play is here. They're all pretty good.
Pretty good. You're leaving up a Knife Juggler no matter what. I'd be scared.
I'm a little scared, but his plays are still good.
Wow. Well, the Tuskar is the weakest power-wise, or durability-wise. So if you just want whatever you play to stick to the board, you probably go with Totem Golem. Oh man, Tuskar could just roll Flame Tongue now.
Yeah, it could. Mana Tide's decent here. Healing Totem's not that bad.
Totem Golem's nuts, so... I don't know, I kind of like the Tuskar.
I do too.
I think you're behind enough that maybe it's time to go for it, but just goes with the safe play. I think that's going to be a Ritual out from Rosty here.
I'd be shocked if this was not some form of Ritual here, either Possessed Villager Ritual or Ritual.
I like just Ritual because you're going into a 4-mana play, and then on 5 you can go 1+4, and the Possessed Villager might proc the Gormok, which would be a huge deal.
I think I'm going with Possessed Villager.
Huh. It is more powerful in the upcoming 2 turns. The upcoming turn, rather. Just that one turn.
And honestly, this, kind of like we mentioned with the Mage Hero power, Rosty does have to consider, if he attacks with this Knife Juggler, it can die to that Mage Hero power. So how does that affect his decisions?
Yeah, I like this the best. Just let it rip first, see where the juggles land, make your trades based on that. If your opponent pings, at least that's, likely a lot of their turn spent doing that. And I would imagine ping, and he could coin out the Trog, but he could also just wait and coin out a Doomhammer.
I think I like waiting on the Trog here, because this will give you options for Trog and Feral Spirit next turn, or like you said, the Doomhammer, or in some weird circumstance, Argent Horse Rider or Tuskar with a coin hero power. So I think that coining the Tunnel Trog here just leaves it vulnerable to like Dark Iron Dwarf, Abusive Sergeant, stuff that you really don't want to see from your opponent.
Argus.
Because you can get, Argus, you can get so much more value out of this Tunnel Trog by holding it, I think.
Yeah. And to me, it's looking like that Possessed Villager hold is going to enable the Gormok. Of course, he did end up picking up another 1-drop, but looks like Argus to me here.
Yeah, we have lost our hand on the field. Hands back. Even would have drawn the Abusive Sergeant had he not had the Defender of Argus. But yeah, this is looking like Argus for sure. I mean, it's certainly one of the harder cards to use in Zoo. And when you land it, it's usually incredibly powerful. You know, if he'd have played that Possessed Villager, he'd be able to Argus the Possessed Villager, trade it into the Totem Golem, and then have Gormok next turn with Abusive Sergeant Gormok.
Yeah, he drew a 1-drop. I get it, Admirable.
Just saying. He also could have gotten more info before he used the Forbidden Ritual.
Which he would
Semantics.
anyway.
Semantics.
My shield for Argon.
Indeed.
Ooh, we're going face?
Well, you're definitely
maybe.
going face with those ones. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the old, well, I know I'm doing this play.
Oh, that makes the Doomhammer look a lot better.
Yeah, that Doomhammer is coming out of the hand. And
I think you value trade too, yeah.
value trade, yep.
Nice turn for Frozen. Is it 18 though?
Well, I gotta admit, the Possessed Villager definitely worked out better in this pan out. Yeah, I feel like the life total for the Shaman isn't a huge deal, though. It's really just a fight to get on the board, and once you get on the board, especially with like the Mage Hero power, you're pretty good at keeping it. It's just Zoo does such a good job of keeping you off the board. But now that he has this Doomhammer up, he's got a challenge on this 2-3. Like, honestly, things aren't looking too bad for him. And for Rusty, I think now he's realizing, well,
Face, yeah.
I'm the aggressor. I am sort of behind on board in a weird way.
Yeah, this is a... It's not... I don't really think it's a turn Rossi was looking for. I mean, the Zoo deck wants to continue to constrict its opponent's options turn after turn. And he didn't really have a strong opportunity to do that this turn. It would have cost him 4 damage and still would have been an even trade for that Totem Golem, which has just done massive work at this point. And so now for Frozen, it's how do I punish this?
Well, he's going to be able to protect himself with Feral Spirits eventually, whether that's this turn or later on. And until then, he's going to have to use his life pretty liberally.
I mean, I imagine that the Councilman's got to die this turn. That much is not a question.
Yeah. Huh.
So in the iteration with Argent Horse Rider, he's facing down a 2-3 and a 1-1 with a 2-1 and a 4-charge Doomhammer, and will be at 12 or 11 life.
So he's going all in on killing minions. This is...
Still no Gormok activation.
Yeah.
I'm curious if Gormok is better than here in Nimgang Boss, though. Probably not when you draw the Argent Squire.
Yep, not now. Looks like a value trade coming out from Rosty. I don't know how much I like that one.
I think I like it a little bit more.
I really don't, but because I feel like your 2-3 is worth more than a 2-1 and a 1-1, and you get to push 1 extra damage.
Here's that liberal life total play you were talking about, going down to 7.
Like the way this worked out, Frozen took 4 to clear it off, whereas if you go face with the 2-3 and you leave a 2-3, if Frozen wants to do this, he has to tank the 2-3 twice, which means he's at 5 instead of 7. How relevant is that? I don't know.
Still no Gormok value. Nice pickup on the Mortal Coil, I'd say.
No Hungry Crab value either.
I missed that the other day.
Yeah, I know. I was there.
Yeah, I know. You were really upset.
I was so upset. Like, when life gives you Hungry Crab and there's a Murloc there. Alright, Crazed Alchemist is definitely
Wow. Yeah, that's a good pickup. Well, 10, 13, not even close to lethal. What? 13
close.
plus 6, 19. It's honestly not that far either, but
It's at least a burn spell away from the promised land of...
can Frozen find an attack to face here?
Yeah. That means that he has to ping, though, rather than Tuskar. I don't think that's awful, though. If he goes down to 4.
Clearing. I think he's... Honestly, I think he's got to. Like,
This is so worrisome because that Gorbok's been there forever. Like, literally
wait
the
a minute.
whole game.
Wait a minute. He can Rock Biter the Flame Tongue Totem and attack.
Mm-hmm.
Always little time.
I like that. That'll keep him at 6.
Yep. Now, I mean, it is a Leroy build, so...
Yeah, maybe you don't go to 6. Maybe you trade in the Tunnel Truck then.
No. You gotta find a lethal push here somewhere, I think.
Well, how much difference is this in 1 and 2 turns? Like, that's, I guess, the only question there. Rosty, I have to tell you what, that's about as good as that draw is going to get, I think, if you're not drawing Leroy.
Yep. I think it's gotta be something crazy here for Frozen to win. That is not something crazy.
9, 10,
Don't worry, loves. The
11,
cavalry.
12. Oh, yeah, 12 maximum damage if he got perfect everything. And so he's relegated to board control.
If he Tuskars, that means he's leaving up a 1-1. And he's gonna say, never mind.
Yeah, we're going to 5. Honestly, the Mage Hero power has been pretty disgusting this game.
Yeah. I mean, looks like he was able to kind of figure out that choice pretty easily. Soulfire.
Soulfire, he's 1 damage off.
Oh, jeez. He's just gonna use it on the Trog, I think.
No way.
Yeah, wait, you're dead if you don't. To like Lava Burst or Bolt.
I think you're right.
You're alive to Bolt, but he could roll. He could roll the totem.
No,
He's
he can't roll-
Soulfire.
Oh, yeah, this is from this Tuskar. Yeah, I think you do Soulfire, honestly. Oh, gosh, he's right there, though. He's at 5.
Soulfire the Trog. Well,
no.
if you don't Soulfire the Trog, he at worst he trades into everything.
Yeah.
Oh,
All right.
got him.
Wait,
Bring some
Frozen's about to take the board.
Yeah. Whoa!
Oh, that is a huge totem.
It's your boy. All right, it's got to be Leroy now. Basically, he's not dead on board, but
Frosty, I mean, just look
He
at his
can't-
body. Like, he looks like he's in panic mode almost. M-Gang Boss no
oh,
good.
no. MK Boss is pretty good, honestly, though. Is Frozen gonna draw?
Uh-oh.
1 out of 7 lethal.
Did you bring some fish?
Is it enough?
Oh,
Oh my
he
god.
can't clear the MK Boss. He cannot clear it.
What card buffs for 3 damage?
Soulfire number 2. PO.
Yo, that's all right. Let's
Two
go.
buffers. Just the fact that buffers are enabled is scary.
Face. Let's go. No.
So if you trade, ping a 1/1, that doesn't make much sense, does it? Like 1 damage and 2 damage is about the same. It is the same, right?
Is it the difference between Dark Iron Dwarf Abusive Sergeant?
No, it's a difference between Direwolf something. And have we seen both Direwolves? I feel like we have. We've seen one for sure this last turn.
I don't know about this. This actually buffs Defender of Argus, doesn't it? No. Okay, so there's only one guy left.
Well, now he can just, if he only picks up one buff, he trades into a guy.
Giant.
My God. He's still not dead to board. Now Frozen needs to pick it up off the top.
Should have attacked face.
Oh my God. And
He
gets
draws a
it.
Doom Hammer. Frozen's gonna pick up game number 2.
Wow.
What an insane game between these two.
Jeez.
Wow. What's going on here? Okay, the last turn, trading off the Imp Gang boss, I do not like it.
I don't like it either. It plays around specifically Direwolf plus Dark Iron or Abusive. He used one Abusive, he used one Direwolf, at least. I don't remember if there were 2 used or not. Yeah, I mean, it seemed a little too unnecessarily, like, risk-averse when that's the risk.
I mean, you're looking
I
at
don't know.
perfect from your opponent.
Like, what else does it? You know, like, nothing, really.
I can't think of a 3 damage card from Warlock. Hellfire? You know that's not in there. This is Rosty we're talking about. This guy's playing
Well,
good.
He's playing well. All right. Well, 2-0 lead for Frozen.
I think Frozen's. I don't know how Rosty comes back from this. I mean, just from the mental perspective, that game is like, come on, man.
All right.
Like this is where sometimes your mindset becomes, I'm down 2 games, and you just kind of go on autopilot. That's like the one thing Rosty can't do right now.
You know, I think from here, though, like, your opponent just locked up their best 2 decks, I'd arguably say. I think you're okay still. Like, you know, there are worse situations to be in than down 0-2 in a best of 7. I don't know. It's certainly not a great spot. You know, losing games in Hearthstone, just being down the raw game, regardless of matchups, is an awful place to be. But crazier things have happened.
Indeed, they have. Like Yogg-Saron's from TJ.
I wonder if Frosty was like behind like this in any of his matches at HCT, because you know that was obviously 3 lengthy best of 7s, and so he's been in these sort of situations before. But
All right, leading with Raven Idol. And once again, Discover on options on our side are not available. So it does end up taking Mulch. What was the other 2 options?
I did not spot them. He took it too quickly.
Okay. So apologies for that, but that's just the way Spectator works sometimes.
I would assume they'd be pretty poor options.
Tunnel Trog, I think, likely to get answered next turn. Really wants this Wild Growth in play. That's going to be Flame Tongue. And now, Frozen's got an option in front of him. I think I like killing the totem better, but I'm really not sure.
In my experience, like letting a Flame Tongue Totem go loose, I get burned every time. Like, Flame Tongue Totem destroys Druid.
Yeah. It's really bad for them.
If you're not wrathing it now, you're going to have to wrath it later, and maybe you can say the same thing about Tunnel Trog, but I don't know, man. It destroys you.
Well, it's going to continue to destroy.
I mean, you think Alex Strauss's champion is good? 3/3 charge for 2? This is a 4/3 charge for 2, baby.
If we nourish for mana, and then hero power the Ardent Squire, 16, drop to 13, play Onyxia, I think he's taking too much if he does that.
Even if you're not taking too much, you don't have the Savage Roar anyway.
Honestly, I think you just got to play the Fandral. Maybe even consider innervating the 3/1. Innervate hero power on the 3/1, rather. He's looking at that Nourish play.
This is a bad situation.
I think we're going for mana here. I think he thinks his only way to win is to Onyxia with pick up a Savage or a Wisp of the Old Gods. If he nourishes anyway.
Time waits for no one.
I mean, you can nourish for mana and iterate Fandral too. That's not like completely unreasonable, but yeah, I'm just going for the hero
You
power.
called it.
Yeah, Frozen thinks his only way to win is to get a big Onyxia board. And honestly, I don't think that's a bad call at the moment.
Is that how much damage is that?
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Jeez. Well, yeah, for Rossi here, it's pretty much a my opponent didn't deal with this last turn. How are they going to deal with it this turn situation?
Yeah, Frozen I think this game's done. Too little, too late.
All right, make that 0-1 for Druid in this series and mark up 1 on the chalky board. 0 for
Man, he had
Admirable.
to take a mulch off the Raven Idol, all right?
Wrecked.
Yeah, wrecked.
Hey, what else could you say?
Yeah, I got nothing. Yeah, Rossi gets on board here. I mean, the opener was pretty good for Rossi too. He kind of had like the cards he needed versus Druid, but that's part of the whole Shaman game plan too. Is like if you stick something in the board and it goes unchecked, it's repetitive sources of damage. That's what Druid struggles with.
That was a, would have been a lot closer had Frozen picked up something better off the Raven Idol, had he drawn another source of removal, but that just shows how quickly Flame Tongue Totem gets out of hand.
Yeah, I mean, that card, like you mentioned, Alexstrasza Champion, it's great when you get to play as a 3/3 charges, attack him. Flame Tongue is usually better in those styles of situations. I mean, the real strength of Alexstrasza's Champion is being able to trade over the 2/2s and the 1/3s in the format.
And you can't coin out Flame Tongue Totem and charge it at their face, but
Yeah.
still a pretty powerful card.
Yeah, total agreement. So, back on board, Frozen looking to freeze out Rusty. With that freeze mage coming up, maybe. But still needs wins with the Druid. And honestly, it's still pretty close. I still think the Warlock win is going to be the game changer, though. That freeze mage has a lined up already good matchup, I think.
I wanted to mention something we saw last game. If you noticed, there was a Crazed Alchemist in Rosty's build of Zoo.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I mean, that's a card that we used actually really early on to try to sway that particular matchup. We were so afraid of freeze mages in tournaments that we included Crazed Alchemist and Zoo quite literally just for that. I mean, it has some other uses, but the main use is killing a Doomsayer.
Yep.
It is your Ironbeak Owl in that matchup.
So now, like you said, I mean, Rossi's only real disadvantage here is the fact he has to get the win with Warlock.
Yeah, I think that one could be a little bit hard. I really do. Either way, game number 4 is getting underway right now. It's Freeze Mage versus Druid. This is a needed win for Rosty.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, if he drops this game, it is close to over.
Well, it's a pretty mediocre opening hand for Frozen so far. A lot of high priority stuff, but really hunting for Raven Idols to find Wild Growths, or just Wild Growth.
Yeah, why not?
It's pretty much the best draw in the deck.
All right, so looking at Rossi's hand, I mean, he's got the makings of what could be a very aggressive all-in hand on a turn 9 Alexstrasza. He's got the block for safety. Hopefully he can get a Doomsayer to go off.
Yeah, but I don't see him playing the Doomsayer this turn.
Yeah, of course not.
That's going to be Fandral and Nourish, though, if that's the case. I mean, maybe he'll Frostbolt Ice Lances it, but
I think he's going to make that sick read. The problem with the Doomsayer
I wonder.
is your opponent just like coins Nourish and says, okay.
yeah, I mean, Druid does have some really strong responses to Doomsayer. The thing about it is, they don't really have a lot of strong stuff to do prior to the Doomsayer. It's just
Yeah, you really have to pick that Doomsayer spot well, and sometimes it presents itself, and in this game, I don't think it's there. I feel like I'd like to see a secret just come out of him.
Yep. Goes the barrier. This will be Fandral 100%. Whoa! What sorcery is this? Yeah, jam that Fandral down. Come on, Frozen. You got a Nourish in hand. Yeah, attaboy. Dude, you got 2 Mire Keepers in hand, man. You better play that. Frozen, you listen to me right now. You are grounded if you don't play that Fandral. I wonder.
I mean, I'm in full agreement with you.
Let me think. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, he didn't want to be grounded.
Who would? This is really bad for Rosti. Like this, I think this is kind of one of the nightmare scenarios, honestly.
I'd like to see.
Oh my gosh! If he draws,
I don't know.
If he draws Wrath off this Nourish, I think.
Yeah.
Well, I think you double Doomsayer here if you Doomsayer.
Yeah, I guess. The only thing I would have not liked was like a Doomsayer Ice Lance. Like I feel like you're gonna need that burn, man.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah.
How does Rosti win this game?
Honestly, the odds that one Doomsayer goes off are so low, but your opponent can't swipe it, right? That's not really an answer. Like, that just puts you back in the same situation. So they need exactly Wrath. I don't know. I feel like it might have been worth it to just put him on Wrath or Bust. We'll have to see, though.
I don't like Wrath or Bust right now. I really don't. Oh my gosh. This Rosti's done. This is way too strong. We're looking at 10 cards versus 3, 4, like maybe 5 coming up. One of his cards is not playable till turn 9. And he doesn't have a way to actually stop damage right now.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard.
I think he's looking at Wrath for 1. Just dig, yeah. I would not like to see Power of the Wild this turn, I don't think. Simply for... Well, maybe we need to draw another one. Yeah, when you draw the second one, I think it's fine. You don't want to do it in the face of Blizzard, I don't think, but... I mean, if he doesn't have Blizzard here, this is bad for Rossi. He knows it can't get Frost over Doomsayered.
Well, sometimes the play presents itself.
It's got to be it.
Yep. Got to get that down.
We're in hope territory for Rossi right now.
Well, it's not an awful hope. Like, Alex on 8, 7 points of burn in hand right now, with some card draw to back it up. I don't know. I mean, I'm not quite sure if we've seen Pharaoh Rage from Frozen's Druid build. He's won like really convincingly, really fast in the couple games he's played with it. So it's been like we got to see the 2 Ancient Wars, and then that was it. Flame Strike is awful against this board. I mean, it's still good. It's just like not good. So I think Frost Nova is the main pickup here.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be Frost Nova.
Ooh.
He's in their way. Oh!
One more draw at it.
You like my invention?
Nope. Is he just popped now?
Well, if he cast a Mirror Image, 3, 6, 16. No, he's not 6. I guess
He
it's
is.
right. Yeah.
Well,
That's
I mean, I was
That's
willing
right.
to hold on, but now I think
Yeah,
it's still a pop.
You can't win this way, that's for sure.
Oh, well, it's definitely a pop with Savage. It wasn't a pop without the Savage Roar. It was only 21.
Yeah.
I am ready to learn.
So I think it was a solid spot on the Ice Lance, but it's not going to happen.
Yeah.
There's no way. Yep. Now is when I think, mentally, you might be a little out of it. I mean, when
Nope.
you're hovering concede essentially, like to see if your opponent has Savage Roar, and then you snap concede when they play it. Like, maybe a little bit of tilt in there, and you've got like bad matchups coming up. You got Zoo, Shaman, and Mage to get a win against Mage with.
Yeah, Zoo Druid.
Yeah, and
Mage, even worse.
Rusty, like, this is sort of a mentality thing where he's going with his worst matchup first. I see this quite often. I see it a lot more often in online tournaments than at live tournaments, where it's like, might as well get this over with quick. And if they win, you sort of get this little like spark of hope reignited within you, because you're like, well, I got the bad matchup out of the way.
Yeah. I think it's just personal preference. Like for me personally, I don't think it matters what order I play them in. Like when I'm in the zone, I'm in the zone.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, but
it's to the individual is where it matters. I mean, that's like that's the personal aspect of the game.
Purely
It's
mental.
interesting. Yeah,
it's purely mental. I think, like I said, in online situations, I feel like people just want to get it over with, and in live situations, maybe they want to stay alive as long as possible.
All right, now Rossi does have the cool task. I'm sorry, the Crazed Alchemist in his deck. Can check Doomsayers with that, but he's also got two very critical cards in this matchup as well. He's got Darkshire Councilman, and he's got Leroy Jenkins. The thing he's missing right now is something to do on turn 3. So this next turn, this next turn is going to define the game a lot, I think. We saw Frozen open up with Hero Power, and if he starts Frostbolting his Darkshire Councilman, that's kind of where Rossi wants to be, and especially if he Hero Powers the Darkshire Councilman. This needs to be a minion pickup right here.
You know, it works.
So this is going to meet, very likely, I'd say, Blood Mage and Frostbolt. 2 power overwhelmings now. Frosty may have the kind of hand that can win this.
Yeah, I mean, it's also kind of touching on what we said in the Freeze Mage Mirror. Some games, you literally don't draw an Ice Block in your top 20 whatever cards. And if that happens, Leroy PO is perfect to bust it. But normally against an Ice Block, it's a pretty sad state of affairs. Even if you can pop it with Leroy PO, you usually leave them around like 12 health, and then your Leroy dies.
Yeah, Blizzard gets picked up. And Frostnova is not buying the time right now.
I think
Frozen.
It's just barrier.
Yep. Yeah, the Loot Hoarders look tempting, but I think you got to peel this damage first.
Yeah. I'm not sure. I mean, I think the Loot Hoarder was pretty solid there, honestly.
Oh, second Defender of Argus gets drawn. That strengthens the board versus Blizzard here.
Yep. Very good pickup.
It's going to give him maybe some time to activate that Gormuk as well. There's an Ice Block. It's a welcome draw. Frozen's got some different things in mind here. So, looking like Frostbolt and Hero Power. And Rossi, I can promise you, he's in no business of attacking minions right now.
Yeah. He is in full push mode.
I didn't see what he just drew. He's already got it peeled, though. Darkshire Councilman's an excellent draw. Here we go. Now.
He is on lethal next turn. Obviously, Frozen has a lot to do about that. But,
Whew! That's a good one.
Yep.
That's about as good as it gets.
Sometimes your deck offers up the perfect answer.
Rossi shakes his head and rolls his eyes. I mean, maybe that mindset is definitely setting in at this point.
Yeah.
Honestly,
Still in it.
I think you can potentially justify the POs this turn. Not anymore, I don't think. But
No, I think you want to hide this, honestly. Like, maybe you catch Frozen being a little greedy. I don't think he's going to. I think Frozen's just going to, like, play this just kind of surgically and try and lock it up no matter what. But this is a potential greedy spot. No matter what he goes with, he has a potential to lose this game. If he Frost Novas, he loses to Soulfire off the top. If he Ice Blocks, he just gets popped. Oh my gosh, this Ice Block could be devastating for him. It just wouldn't be very good.
What to do? What to do?
What's the justification for no Frost Nova Doomsayer here, though? This looks perfect.
I don't know. Even if you get crazed out, you just kind of reevaluate from there and probably Blizzard block. Like that, fancy play syndrome, maybe.
Abusive Sergeant could pop it.
Crazed out gets in your head, and yeah, geez, so close to a pop from Rosti here, but not gonna happen. And I feel like that was the one turn he had.
Do you still go with the Leroy here?
He sets him. I would have liked to see the POs. I think makes it so that your Leroy sticks around, and you don't have to pop him at 13, which is now obviously not an option. Yeah, it's starting to slip away.
Giant's not playable. 2 more falls. There's a Soulfire. Ooh. I don't know if in the Flame Imp. I think at this point your opponent's hand is so low that you got to play the Flame Imp.
Yeah. You need to get a pop next turn, pop him at under 4, and Soulfire him out. That's the plan. And so I feel like I would have liked to see the Flame Imp. I don't think you're really at risk of getting burned out. You've seen both Frostbolts, which disables both Ice Lances, and you've seen one of those Ice Lances.
That mirror image is a disgusting draw. Frost Nova into Doomsayer. Alex Straza, mirror image. He's going to mirror image this turn even.
I don't know. This is he's obviously expecting a Crazed Elk, like from one of those cards Rossi's been holding for so long.
Yep.
That's not it. I feel like this might be a scoop from Rossi when he sees the Alex.
Alex Straza hits. Down to 15. No taunts in hand. There's one, but that's never going to be enough.
Put this apple on your head.
It's going to go for the hope neither of those secrets are traditional Freeze Mage secrets. No, he's actually going to try and clear it off, though.
I think the game just slipped away right there.
Yeah. Pretty sealed here.
Archmage Frost Nova.
You require my assistance.
And yes, we do require your assistance. Archmage
Aha!
Antonidas.
Yep, there it is. Concede comes out. Rossi's going to unfortunately fall.
Rosen takes the series 4-1 over Rossi. It's tough. A lot of tough matchups, I think, in this pan out for Rossi. I think when you play this matchup over and over again, you're going to see pretty darn close matchups between these two.
Mm-hmm.
That Zoo win on the first one, though, I think tilted this one just a little bit too much. Having that weakness in the lineup, where Frozen's he's going to get that Zoo matchup with Freeze Mage very often. And
yeah, I mean, just Rosti getting a little unlucky on the Q order there. Ultimately it does kind of come down to luck, but nothing really you can do about that. It was a complete mirror match of classes. Now I feel like both players played pretty well. I really like some of Frozen's lines, except for kind of in that last game. I feel like that Frost Nova Doomsayer is pretty good, even if your opponent has Crazed Elk. But yeah, I mean, found a way to sequence it out to win. It was still a very high percentage line that he took, and we had some crazy matches early on in this series. The Shaman versus Zoo game was just like so close, and a couple top decks separate that from going the other way. I mean, like you said, the Zoo mirror was. I feel like obviously Frozen's build was better in the Zoo mirror, and he got the fortune of going first. But overall, just really tight play from him. Both of these guys came to basically the exact same strategy going into this tournament, which might be a trend of kind of where the meta's headed in tournament play. If these exact strategies are constantly making it to the finals of a tournament, these are very powerful decks. So great stuff out of both guys. Unfortunately for Rosti, only going to walk away with the 16 Geico points, and I believe it's $1,500, so still decent paycheck for a weekend of efforts, and again, for him, it's still writing that resume. But for Frozen, I mean, this is another break into another land to another top 8, and he just keeps hammering it on.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this guy has been so incredible this year. I mean, like you said, we mentioned it in 2015, 2014. This guy was around there. He's mostly a ladder warrior. And since then, the finishes have just been kind of building their way to it. It's just been like a stepping stone every single time, it feels like, to a better and better finish for him. And he continues to grow as a player and kind of put in more time and effort. And you're seeing the fruits of his labor come here. I mean, $3,000 plus now a spot at that $25,000 grand final at PAX Prime. But like you said, Rosti, he's walking away with $1,500. Not a bad weekend for him. Phone Tap and Prophecy, they also come in third and fourth place. They walk away with $750 and 10 Geico points as well. So pretty decent weekend for those guys, I'd say. But Frozen is your champion, and he's the man of the weekend. Before we do our final shout-outs, I want to give a big thanks to Geico for being the title sponsor of the ONOG circuit. If you insure anything, I promise you have a chance to save some money with Geico. So head over to geico.onog.gg. Get yourself a free quote while you're there. You can also enter to win a CyberPower Gamer Extreme 1000 PC. And you can sign up to enter Open number 9, which is taking place on July 29th. If you want to play in a tournament just like this one, you can earn your spot. The Opens have a $1,000 prize pool, and the winner of those competes in the 5th and final feature that will be coming up. There's 2 more Opens that are taking place. And so make sure you can catch those over at geico.onog.gg. You need to be 18 years older and a U.S. resident. But if you're one of those two, this Open Series is the best one that's out there. Thanks to CyberPower PC and to Razer as well for this one. So I think it's going to wrap it up for us this weekend. Honestly, Frozen, aside from the Miss Lethal blunder, I think extremely tight play from him, which is exactly what I expect. And maybe some looser play in some of the matchups with the mulligans and some of the decision making here, but overall a pretty darn good weekend of Hearthstone. Chalky, do you have anything you want to say before we sign off?
Yeah, I really just want to encourage everybody out there watching to go and participate in these ONOG Opens. It's really just the best open circuit out there in Hearthstone right now, and especially in North American Hearthstone. So it's an opportunity for another North American land, something I still think we don't have near enough. You hear every month about a new DreamHack over in Europe, and it's like, come on, where's the love for North America? We finally got our first DreamHack this year. But it's awesome that ONOG has been supporting North America and our esports scene in Hearthstone for so long. Like you said, July 29th for the next Open. There are 2 Opens left, 1 more feature tournament, so there's still a chance to just lock up your ticket to that PAX Prime final. I'm hoping I'll be there right now. I'm sitting at number 1 in the points. I got a lot of Geico points. Hopefully they save me 15% on something. But yeah, thanks a lot to you, Admiral, for co-casting. It was a great time this weekend, and thanks to ONOG for having me again.
Always enjoy it. And again, yes, big thanks to the production crew here at One Nation of Gamers who are tirelessly working to bring us weekends of Hearthstone time after time. So for Chalky, for myself, for everyone here at the production crew, for the One Nation of Gamers circuit, thank you all for joining us, and we'll see you next time.